Hey, what's going on? Spilling water all down my shirt. What's happening? What's good, people? How you doing? If you guys can hear me, give me a 1 in the chat to let me know that the sound is okay and everything is cool, that you can see me, that you can hear me. That way I know we all fired up. Hey, what's happening? What's happening? Sorry for the late start, folks. But the Cody Creatures was in full effect. Got me dropping stuff all over myself. It's insane. All right, I see some ones. All right, awesome. Awesome. I'm so happy to be here. As you guys may have read during the, if you read the description, wow, that's all over the place, ain't it? Look like I walked through a rainstorm. Hey, people, what's happening? What's happening? I see y'all clicking in ones and ones and ones and ones. That's awesome. Sorry I'm late, guys. I had no excuses. I'm not even gonna give you excuses. Just know that the Cody Kremlins was all in effect. I had to take care of some things. The sound is kind of low. Let me see. Put a little mic. Oh, okay. I see where it's at. That should be doing it. That should do it. Sound good? Sound good? Let me see. No sound. Low sound. Sound should be up now. Right? Is it up? Is it up? Okay, much better. I see it. Cool. Thanks for letting me know, guys. Because I'm brother man going through it. Seems like every time I do one of these, something new happens. New mistake. New errors. Oh, you thought you was prepared. No. All right. That's up now. Awesome. Thank you guys for letting me know. You guys are making this show. You don't know. You're with the assists. Coming in with the assist. All right, so here we go. Yeah, right now it's story time. All kinds of foolishness is going on. Per usual. Let the room fill up a little bit. Just scrapping in the house. What's happening? Catherine Green, sound is too low. Thank you for letting me know. Okay. Papa Smurf, you all right? Got the beard going and the whole nine. I'm telling you, find it off. The new year, new me. Let's get it. That's what I'm talking about. Just scrapping his head. Let's get it. All right. So here we go, guys. Now, just so we can keep it all the way a stack, what I decided to do was take a look at the what we'll call the sister wife campaign. All right. I'm gonna move over a little bit so that way I'm not in the. Actually, I could just turn my camera over a little bit, and then you can see me. Awesome. All right. Tanya Johnson. All right. I see you. Yes! $2 super chat. Thank you so much. All right. So what I decided to do was I wanted to take a look at the sister wife campaign. We'll call it that. The sister wife closet campaign. Right? And I decided to do this because there's so much energy placed in like the sister wives and their business and how they're progressing past their involvement with Cody and being involved with the Brown family, how they are making money and how that money, there's an old saying, there's good money and there's bad money. There's righteous money and there's not so righteous money. And when we talk about like some of the MLMs and those types of businesses, I don't necessarily consider that good money. And not because the people involved are bad people. Like, I'm not saying that Christine, Janelle, Mary are horrible people, or the people who are under them who try to encourage you to join MLMs are terrible people and you should never talk to them. What I am saying, though, is that with a lot of those businesses and business models, they are designed for failure for the user, for the end user, so they can do a lot of damage. Now, I've taken a position historically, like I even had a video all about it, where I talked about the sister wife's closet in a way it eventually transformed into being a multi-level market opportunity or networking, or what they call network marketing, where you basically get your family and friends to try to join some business, and they usually have some product. Sometimes the product isn't even really a good product per se, sister wife closet jewelry. And you use those products to try to propel that business so that it's not a pyramid scheme essentially. So because the business structure that most multi-level marketing businesses use without product would strictly be a pyramid scheme, which is highly illegal. In other words, if I said, I'll get 3 friends to give me $10, if they get 3 friends to give them $10, they could just give me 3 of the $10 or 5 of their $10, and it will just, every friend, it'll just go down the line where I get a piece of everybody's money. And then I'm at the top and all the money flows to me. I'm winning, but the people who are at the bottom of the pyramid tend to lose. And when you look at how the Sister Wife's Closet business was presented during the Shark Tank episodes, it's a multi-level market business platform. That's what it is. But I wanted to talk about the entire thing, kind of do a deep dive. So I basically broke these Sundays down into 3 parts. The first part, which we're going to talk about tonight, is a sister wife business that actually started out as a business. So tonight we're going to cover the sister wife website that was rolled out. Then we're going to talk about the expos. Then we're going to talk about the in-person sales. Then next week we'll talk about the true sister wife Fakakel, we'll call it that. The true sister wife Fakakel of the Shark Tank presentation, where they get in front of some capital investors and they say to them, hey guys, I have this great plot, this great plan. You can invest in my business that hasn't made any real money. And if you give me $2 million, I'm going to make 15, y'all. So we'll talk about that. And then on the third week, we're just going to talk about the involvement of the particular brands or multi-level marketing businesses that the sister wives are involved with, both the Plexus as well as the LuLaRoe. And we're going to talk about, and more in general, the impact of those businesses and how those businesses function, how those businesses draw people in, who they target, why those people aren't necessarily to blame for the mishaps that they find themselves in, and the downtrodden nature of the business and that actually destroys friends, families, and relationships. And we're going to talk about all that. We want to kind of put a bow on the whole thing. So I hope you guys can join me for each one of those 3. No, it was hard to watch. Amy Wheeler, the Shark Tank. Yeah, that was bad. It was bad. And to be honest with you, when I watched, just to give you a little preliminary, because many of you are aware of the Shark Tank episode. And the Shark Tank episode was just, if you look at it like a business, like when I first watched it, I said, now if I was looking to join a business or start a business, if I'm watching this, is this a good presentation? Would this presentation make me want to go up, reach my hand in my pocket, get my dollar and hand it to them? And the answer, of course, for most people was hell to the no. You didn't say nothing that a business person would be even kind of remotely interested in. Like, you know what I mean? But the strategies that they used and the strategies that they employed during the course of that episode would be more in step with what you would experience if you ever went to Amway or Quickstar. That's the Amway web version of Quickstar. Vima, some of the other ones, the big ones. Like these businesses or whatever. Like I've been invited to travel ones. I've been invited to friends got involved with wine ones. Like you join a thing, you could get wine. I've been invited to join one for energy, where you get, like, you basically would pay your power supplier, electric supplier, whatever, for energy. They had a multi-level marketing business, network marketing business. So I've seen these a few times. I've attended a few of the meetings, and I can tell you that when I attend the meetings and I get the book, I go through the book and I show the people in the book where their business could be taken away, if not destroyed or stripped from them, if they do something that actually would make them money. So we'll talk about all that stuff. Let's see. Before I get into it, did Tracy get kicked out? Wait, why did Tracy got kicked out? Tracy got kicked out of where? What happened? Okay, caught up. Um. Oh, okay. Audrey Bringer. I am going to watch that. I just found out about that actually. Was it yesterday when I was trying to parse through a lot of this stuff? I just saw it, so I wanted to. But I'll be like, when it comes to LuLaRoe, I'm going to go into the. I'm going to watch that documentary that they have. I've also started doing a lot of research online on their website because normally, like I said, when I try to do this stuff, I don't try to just put my opinion on things. I do put a lot of my opinion and my positions on it because it's hey, it would be YouTube if I didn't tell you what I thought. But when I do it, I like to do fact-based stuff. So I like to go in and actually hear what the people who are involved have to say. And that's where I try to draw my conclusions from. So it's not just I'm coming up with a decision myself and I'm saying this is what it is. And then I'm going to try to fit them into, as Cody likes to so often say, an old phrase, old term. I don't like to put a round hole in a round peg in a square hole. But I am going to go and get their information and show you how their information doesn't do the things that a lot of the people who are on top or the people who are inviting you to the meetings will do. Like it's not commiserate or equal to the things that they say they're going to do. The Kremlin's got Tracy. Rochelle J. Tracy McMurray was timed out of chat. James, please reinstate her. Thank you. Also, all please smash that like button for James. $5 super chat. Let me just see. Okay. All right. This is all good criminals at me. All right. Okay. Yeah, so I'm reading through some stuff. Now we back in it. Let's get in it to win it. All right, here we go. All right, I'm enlarging some of my screens for some stuff so we can actually talk about these things and get into it. All right, so let's get into it. Now, now I'm going to have to minimize some stuff because my thing isn't set up properly. All right, I want to pull this down here. All right. This is crazy, y'all. All right, so here we go. When we start talking about like the Sister Wife's Closet, of course people understand that the Sister Wife's Closet is the business that Robin had tried to formulate. This is Robin's brainchild. So when she came into the business, into the family, one of the first things that we'll see, especially in the early episodes of the Sister Wives, when Robin comes into the family, this is around season, I want to say it's season 2, when she actually is in the family, she's talking about how she has to prove her value to the family. And she wants to provide this great value to the family, particularly when they're talking about Christine just having Truly. She's coming into the family with 3 children and herself, as well as a mountain of debt entering into the family. Now the family is going to not only be responsible for those children, they're going to also be responsible for that debt that Robin has brought into the family. In addition to that, Robin is coming in with a zero job, and she is renting a house around the corner from where the sister wives stay. Now, the funny thing is that, like, because I was going back and I was trying to pull clips and slicing and dicing, chop suey and all the clips so I can put the stuff together so that I can bring those receipts when I make certain points. As I was going through and I was trying to refresh my memory with a lot of the stuff that I had seen on the show, one of the things that kind of stuck out to me, y'all, is if you look at where the Brown families live. And I should have pulled up the every time I do one of these, I think of something that I could have did to maybe give you a visual. But there is one point where the you see the sister wife's house in Lehigh. The sister wife's house in Lehigh was basically divided into 3 separate units, where you had the left side, top and bottom, the left arm of the building, which is Janelle's side. Then you have Mary on the top portion of the middle and the right side, and then Christine is on the bottom portion of the right side and middle. So Mary is on top, is Christine, and Mary on top of Christine, and then Janelle in both those little things. Robin, when she came into the family, she had decided that she didn't want to be in that family or in that household. I'm sorry, she didn't want to be in the family. Oops, a little bit of a slip. A little bit of a slip. Robin didn't want to be in the household with the Browns because, originally it was, well, I can't be in that house because I'm not married to Cody, even though he come to my house every weekend and spend the whole weekend at my house. I don't want to be with a married man because people going to talk. Well, if people were going to talk about you being with a 3-time married man, they would probably talk when he's coming to stay at your house and you guys aren't married. That might be a conversation, just saying. But because she didn't want to move in that house, they decided that when they moved her down to Lehigh, they were going to put her up in a house around the corner. Now, the house around the corner, ironically, was a 3-bedroom house, had 2-car garage. It was a nice size house. And then that's moving her from the 4-bedroom house that she had when she was over in, I believe it was Wyoming. Where Cody was driving hours and hours and hours away, right? And one of the things that really struck me when all this was going on, she had made the point of saying, like Janelle, of course, had made the point that, Robin needed to get a job. And apparently she's still been looking for a job years later. She's still looking for a job, hasn't found it yet. She hasn't looked either in sister wife's closet or under her pillow. So she hasn't found a job at all. And they've been paying for Robin to do these things. And Robin because she has received that treatment coming into the family, and even when they were talking about moving from Lehigh to Vegas, Robin is sitting there saying, this will be my 4th move in 2 years. My 4th move in 2 years, which means Vegas to Lehigh. Vegas from Lehigh, that's 1. Lehigh from that place she had in Wyoming or wherever she was, that's 3. Number 4 would have been out of her house with her husband. So it's always kind of been my contention that Cody was paying for that house that he was driving 2-3 hours away. I think Cody and the family were paying for that house because I didn't understand how she could afford that nice house by herself with 4 bedrooms, coming out with a divorce, no money, because you owe all kinds of money on credit cards and Target and Victoria's Secrets and all these places, and you come out and you're able to rent a home. That was weird to me. So I think that Cody and them were paying for that. What is this? Alicia, how we work in construction. So when he did all that, it started to, like, I was like, wow. And it always struck me that every time she wanted to do something, everybody would bend over backwards to make these things happen for her. Even when she started talking about Sister Wife's Closet as a business, a viable business that the family needs to all be involved with, it made perfect sense that she would force them all to try to join into her business. And it didn't matter how much it cost or how much people were sacrificing to make it happen for her or whatever. They were all supposed to just do it. Like a Nike commercial. Just do it. You got to give me the money so I can get my business off the ground, because at the end of the day, Sister Wives Closet was 100% Robin's business. That was Robin's business. How do I know it was Robin's business? Because Robin's actually the one that proposed it to the family. When did she propose it to the family? Let's take a look.
Every time I've tried selling,
Jeez Louise. I gotta fix all that shit. That was craziness. Blah, blah, blah. Let me see.
Every time that I've tried selling jewelry, I get
we're gonna really.
All right, that was crazy. All right, we're gonna go in and try to fix them one at a time. Let's see. This shit is nuts. Oh, why me, Lord? All right, so let's take a look at this. Watch this.
Today is the big day. We are launching online My Sister Wife's Closet.
My Sister Wife's Closet is basically our business venture. We are planning on doing a online boutique, starting out with some jewelry.
So I have Cody, Mary, Janelle, Christine showing up today to actually launch it right here from my house. So it's pretty exciting stuff.
All right, that totally blew it. That totally blew it. That was totally wrong. That was not what I wanted to do. But it doesn't matter because we can start talking about it from there. That was when she was talking about the Sister Wife's Closet being launched from her home. And she was pulling into the driveway. The portion I wanted to talk about was a scene right before that. When she pulled into the driveway, she had made it clear that the Sister Wife's Closet was established because during the previous Christmas, she had presented these necklaces, these little pendants to each one of the sister wives. And that was going to be their segue into the Sister Wife Closet business. Hey guys, look at this cool jewelry I made. You know what would be a great idea is if I sold it. Wouldn't that be incredible? That was the whole point of what she was trying to do. So it was you know, a little bit of a mishmash, Kremlin ass attack, but we ain't gonna get through it. Okay. So when push comes down to shove, we look at, I say that a lot. Push come down to shove, rubber meets road. When it all boils down to it, she came in and she was very excited about having the ladies over to her house so that she could on board this new web application of the Sister Wife Closet online business. Now, of course, when you start talking about online businesses, Amazon's an online business. Hell, Walmart, Target want to do an online business to rival or compete with Amazon because it's so successful. So surely, these superstars of the reality shows think that if they roll something out, everybody's going to onboard to buy their stuff. That's the whole mentality that they're walking into this with. And for the most part, one of the things that kind of a teaser that we find out much later, especially when it came to Cody on Coyote Pass, is that Cody has always been trying to sell appearances on the show to get favors or things done from individuals just by saying, look guys, if you rebuild the Lehigh house and do construction work in that place for me, I will give you an opportunity to be on my show. If you build me homes on Coyote Pass, this is something that it was actually reported that he was saying to builders and developers. If you develop and build the land or the houses on Coyote Pass for me, I will give you an opportunity to be featured on Sister Wives, the television show. Now, I don't know about you, but I don't know too many. I do know some construction folks. And the construction folks I know, they would never agree to give away anywhere from $5 to $6 million worth of services, goods and services for the hopes of appearing on a television show that may not even garner folks to add to their business. Because in order for them to be able to give that kind of money away, they would have to receive, for them to give away $6 million, they'd have to receive at least, I'm thinking $100 million or somewhere in the realm of like $75 to $100 million worth of business based on their gift of $5 million. Like, no, they wouldn't even do that. They might as well just pay to advertise on TLC before they just build houses. It would be cheaper. Hey, what's going on YouTube? Is My Time Machine. I see you. So you have that. Then when we go into, like I said, when we go a little deeper as far as the Sister Wife's Closet online business, let's take a look at what else they had brewing in that particular episode.
Today is the big day. We are launching online My Sister Wife's Closet.
My Sister Wife's Closet.
That's not what I wanted to show you guys, because we just did that. Now, this is the portion where they're prepping to launch the website, and they're all excited. And of course, they're sitting there saying, "Ooh, when we launch this website, it's going to be fire. Everybody's clicking on. They going to just be trying to buy stuff because it's our stuff. And we the ones, we got all this stuff happening. I'm telling you, they going to love it. So we going to fire it up. We going to make money. I'm driving a Bentley. What you getting, a Maybach?" So they're at that place. So let's take a look at what they had to say with regard to them saying that they're going to have... They're going to launch the Sister Wife Closet website and make all this money.
So right now we just have a splash page up at the site. So when people go to mysisterwifescloset.com, this is what they see right now. There's 73 people on the site.
How many?
73.
They're anxious for it to start.
I am so nervous. Like, I have butterflies in my stomach.
What if no one buys?
How devastating would that be?
That would be
It's
really
not gonna
devastating.
happen.
What if no one buys? That's not going to happen. That's what totally happened. That's what totally happened. Like, you know what I mean? And it's weird to say, but I can see the excitement, enthusiasm that they had when they were first launching the business. Now, I've been in those situations where you try to get stuff started and you try to, move forward with certain businesses. I understand. I also understand when stuff don't work. I'm trying not to put the French out too early. I understand when things don't work. I understand that it's difficult. I understand that the difficulty in developing and putting products into production. I get that. But the one thing that I've always learned, and I've actually had this conversation with a young man who wanted to start a party planning business. Basically, he wanted to run a nightclub or whatever. It's not enough for you just to say that if I build it, they will come. If I have a party, oh, look, nobody has ever put a nightclub or a bar or a comedy show or a theater in this particular area. There ain't nothing to do there. If I put that there, I'm going to have all the business and everybody going to want to come to see me. That's a possibility. However, one of the things that you have to assess if you're starting a business like that is simply this. If it was a good idea and it was a viable idea, why hasn't anybody else done it? If, you look at some of the folks who have been on some of these reality shows, it seems like every season you have somebody taking an advantage where they, somebody breaks out a guitar, somebody grab a microphone and start trying to rap, or somebody becomes a designer. Everybody's a clothing designer apparently who's on these reality shows, and they're going to roll out a whole fashion line. But it's very rare that anybody has ever launched a secondary, or more to the point, a primary career from these reality shows. In fact, the only person who I can say, actually, aside from people who've been on like American Idol or whatever, those types of shows, like talent-based shows, the only person who I can say came from a show that was more reality than talent-based is Cardi B from, what was that show? Love and Hip Hop. Yeah, I think it was Love and Hip Hop. Cardi B was on Love and Hip Hop, I think, for a little bit. And she came out, as soon as her record dropped and it started doing really well, Cardi B ain't on Love and Hip Hop anymore. She doesn't she don't do cameos. Like, you know what I mean? So once they get these businesses started, they typically don't go back. Just a small town girl said that went to the website, but she didn't buy anything. And that's, you know what, unfortunately, that was the case for most people who went to the website, small town girl. You are not the only one. You are not the only one who did that. A lot of the people went to the website, took a look around, kicked the tires, did light any fires, and left. That's pretty much what happened. So that was one of the drawbacks for it. Wanda Jones said Cardi had an online following. See, I never heard of Cardi B before the show. I never heard of her. So, and then like once the show came out, all of a sudden she's dropping records. An online presence certainly helps. And that's kind of the weird part about it. See, when it comes down to it, especially just story time, when you talk about like record deals and things of that nature, whether it's records, selling records, singing, comedy, dancing, acting for the most part, having talent helps. It certainly helps. It's a good thing if you have talent. That can help with the longevity of your career. But for you to be presented with opportunities, having a presence, if you can walk in, you could be like, for instance, with stand-up comedy, you could be funny as hell. You could be funny, like you could say hello or read the dictionary in such a way that people would bust out laughing, uncontrollably crying, choking and crying. You know what I mean? You could be that guy. But if you apply to a comedy club and it's you versus a guy with 300 friends who wants to come and see that person on stage, that guy who can bring in 300 seats guaranteed will be booked. Period. And it doesn't matter that you're funny as all get out. Like you could make the show if you're on the show. The problem is they care more about ticket sales than they care about your talent. If you talk to bookers or guys who book comedy shows, they don't care how funny you are. If you can bring people, they don't give a damn how funny you are. I know a guy who booked comedy clubs. He said, man, I haven't laughed in a comedy club in years. You know what I mean? He's like, but I'll book these guys. If they can put people, if people are excited to see them, folks come to see, they hear they in town and they going to be at the comedy club, I'll book them. You know what I mean? If it sells out the club, I don't care. He's like, I've sat there. He said he sat there and watched people perform and laugh his behind off. Be 20 people in the audience. Bad night, but he sat there mad as hell because the guy saying all kinds of wild stuff on stage. But the place is sold out. There was a matter of fact that I won't even say the comic's name that I know is like that. Like he sells tickets like crazy. Asshole of a guy. But he sells tickets like crazy. And they will book him every time. Let's see. Reese said, I've been amongst the 300 friends. Yep. Where's that at? I can't even find this. Why is this not catching up or keeping up? Here it is. Cheryl. I visited the Sister Wife Closet website. The merchandise seemed overpriced and not to my taste. I agree that the stuff designed by the kids and decently priced fashion accessories, a cookbook would have likely sold. Yeah. I mean, they just went too big for what it is. Like you're not, although Robin has expensive tastes, and I even have a point on that too. And Bill said, James, you need merch. A gold kidney with a knife stuck in it as a pendant. Knife in the kidneys. The thing is that they would have done better had they changed some of their stuff around. You just got to recognize who you are. You aren't Yves Saint Laurent. You know what I mean? You aren't, you aren't that person who's selling like, your people aren't sitting there watching sister wives wearing tuxedos and ball gowns. Like, you know what I mean? These are regular, average, everyday folks who have jobs, who have things, and you have to be able to give them some kind of return of investment or some type of value. So you have to give them value added for the products that you sell. You know what I mean? And you just saying, yeah, sister wives, and you're helping to pay for my house. Like, that's a nice thing to do, but at the same time, that really doesn't necessarily provide value to the people you're trying to sell it to, the customer. Like, so, the people will support you, but they're not trying to, nobody's trying to pay your mortgage just to be paying your mortgage. You're a nice guy and all, but, whew, I like you as a person. But I ain't trying to, pay for your babies. All right, sarcasm. Here's something else I noticed from that particular show. where they were talking about prices. Speaking of the merchandise.
I have somebody saying everything is insanely expensive. What about real moms wanting to buy without mortgaging your house?
Oh wow, that's funny. That was smart.
In my head, our pieces I wanted to be somewhat iconic
Ooh.
in the sense that they're different,
Yikes.
they're unique to us, and they're not cheap.
You know, because it's not discount jewelry.
It's sterling silver. That's a big thing.
Oh, yikes. He said I wanted to be different. It's different. That shit is different. I wanted it to be iconic. That's like Kanye West when he's walking around with that ski mask on his face now, like the ski mask with no holes in it. This is a fashion decision. It's a decision. There's nothing fashionable about it. It's a choice. You know what I mean? That shit is a choice. It's a choice, not the right choice. You know what I mean? I would definitely go with option B, C, or D as opposed to what that is. But the it's just so like it's so simplistic in nature. Like the designs, a lot of the patterns. And here's something that like I wanted to show you guys. I was going to show it to you in a little bit, but where is it at? There was a point during the because I was looking at the thing and I was like, holy crap, what are they doing? Like, nobody is doing that. Nobody is getting that. Sugar shit. I'll just pull it. Let me pull it from my thing. Oh man, this is terrible. No, it's not in there. I had a picture of the price. Oh, here it is. Check this shit out. Well, where is it at? Huh. Well, it basically is well, it was a picture of the Sister Wife Forever Friends, where they have it's the Forever Friends rings, and the price on the rings is $221.95. So basically $220 for sterling silver rings that were just butt ass ugly. Like they were ugly ass rings. And I'm like, there's no way they could have feasibly thought somebody was buying. Like, what are you doing? What are you doing? What is this? Tanya Johnson with the $5 super chat. I feel like Robin's expensive taste dictated the cost of the items, not the quality. Kind of like Robin costly but crappy. Yeah. It's expensive, just expensive for no reason. And you find value in the fact that you go to a store and all of a sudden you get a receipt and that receipt says $15,000. Oh, yes, I'm so bougie. Yes, I bought the best of the best. Like, it's not the best of the best. It's horrible. It's horrible. Not horrible. It's horrible. Emma, James, stop sticking up for Kanye. That man was wearing a pantyhose on his head. $4.99 super chat. Emma, that dude looked like if he would have walked in the back with that shit, they'd have locked his ass up. You know what I mean? He trying to rob us. This dude walking around looking like a stick-up kid. You know, thanks for the super chat. I ain't sticking up for Kanye. Kanye is insane. That dude is crazy. He's cracked out. $1.99 super chat. Pazio 001. Sister wife attraction to MLM comes from trauma of polygamy MLM. Yeah. And that's one of the things that I was going to talk about. Pazzy, thank you so much for the super chat. Because ironically, so much of the structure of the MLM is actually embedded in the Brown family. Like, essentially, we were watching a multi-level marketing sales pitch the entire time we've been watching the Brown family. And I'll draw those that comparison when I go through the actual MLM in the third portion of the series that I'm going to run on this. But yeah, it's insane. Like, because I really started thinking about it. I was like, you know, a lot of, like, even listening to Cody and the way he talks to his wives and his expectations for what he expects from the marriages versus what he thinks he has to put into the marriages versus what he expects the wives to get from the marriages in these relationships is a lot like the relationships or business structure of a multi-level marketing or network marketing business. It's insane. Like, it's crazy as hell. So really, and this is where I was saying that, like, a lot of the blame, I'm not necessarily blaming anybody or saying it like they're horrible people, because they were indoctrinated, almost like they were designed and trained to be in the susceptible to the sales pitches of a multi-level marketing business. What does the nanny do? Well, that was my first clip. Now check this out. Oh wow, I opened up all this other stuff looking for this thing that I could not open up. Thank you, Cody. The Kremlins. Thank you, Kremlins, for that. Here's what they had to say when they realized that it wasn't going over good. Like, when they were open up the website and they're all excited, like, look at the numbers, they're going up. Yeah, everybody's signing up because they're excited about being on the Sister Wife website. Because we're about to sell it out, baby. We're about to be rich, bro. You know what I mean? They're going nuts. And then all of a sudden they have, like, a lot of people, like one of the young ladies earlier said, I went to the website, I looked around, and then I left. And then as somebody wrote to the sister wives that they read out, you know, don't you guys have stuff for people who are not trying to buy a bunch of overpriced crap? Don't you have people for regular folks? You know, people who want to support your show, support the family, but don't necessarily want to, you know, take out a mortgage to do it. Do you have things for that? And they sat there and act like, oh, you know, our stuff was superior to anything you could have gotten from Claire's. Because that's what it is. It's basically Claire's jewelry. I say jewelry. Why do I say jewelry? I never said jewelry till I started doing this show. I've always said jewelry. Jewelry. Now I'm struggling to say it the right way. It's insane. But here's the clip I was talking about. Oh, wait.
Let's go.
Make it live?
Let's make it live.
Should be live now. Let's see.
And eventually we should do a mobile site.
We got 207 people, 210 people on the
Oh
site.
my gosh, look at how fast it's changing.
God.
You guys, it's like going up so fast.
Man.
So we have almost 300 people on the site now.
This is making me nervous. We have a whole bunch of people looking at it, but nobody's buying anything.
We're like, come on, please.
They
Look
were
at
just
Janelle.
looking.
Come on, please. I bet that, Jack. You're like, this shit gonna be fired up. Be running events or whatever, and all of a sudden nobody show up. Like, this is terrible. I'm never gonna financially recover from this. You feel like the Tiger King. I'm never gonna financially recover from this. This was the disaster. What was I thinking? You know what I mean? Right before it started, like, we geniuses. I'm telling you, this is like, it's funny that they live in Vegas, because this is how I imagine every road trip to Vegas starts out. Like, you get excited and you're like, yeah, we're going to Vegas. Woo! Woo! And you're on your way to Vegas and everybody's like high-fiving each other, got the music kicking. You know what I mean? Everybody having a good time. I'm going to go down there and break this whole bank, dog. It's going to be insane. We're going to get rich. I've been practicing. Cat back there reading the poker book and another dude reading the blackjack book. Another guy like, I'm going to go down and play roulette. I'm going to just put everything on black, sucker. And you're all excited. And then when you go down there, you in that bad boy casino for about 20 minutes. Then all of a sudden, you see them driving back with the sad faces. Somebody back there trying to figure out how they gonna tell their wife that they done gambled away all the damn mortgage money. Like, you know what I mean? I was planning on retiring next week, but looks like I'm gonna be working until the rest of my days. Like, and that's kind of how they struck me when they were all excited, and then all of a sudden they started, the realization of what they were actually selling started to take hold. Because that's the other part of it. Like, you have to recognize what you're selling. Like, so you're saying that I'm gonna sell a little circle with like funny looking fingers and dots on it, and I'm gonna sell that for $250. It's a pendant that doesn't mean anything. So I was confused. Tanya Johnson. Wow, and Robin didn't. With the cry face. Thank you for the $2 super chat. I'm telling you, and it's going, because I got a whole bunch of stuff. It's going to get better, y'all. When they start talking about it, it's going to get better. It's going to get better. You know what I mean? Because they started off here. That's why I wanted to show that first part. It's not just out of meanness or I'm trying to be spiteful. I'm actually doing it, building it for a point, because they started out with the website. That's where the business was supposed to take off from the website. It was never supposed to be I don't think it started out originally as an MLM. Or at least if it was going to be an MLM, they were actually trying to make a legitimate business. A legitimate business so that they could attract investors, so that way they could start making serious money, maybe getting a Walmart, maybe getting a Target, those kind of exclusive deals. Because that's really, if you are a sister wife and you come out with a type of brand, or any brand really, ideally you want to get your stuff into some of these superstores. Why sell it on your own? Even if you're going to have to give a little bit of a cut to Amazon or Walmart or whatever to put in their stores, why wouldn't you do that? You know what I mean? But whatever. Brittany, not Brittany. That's awesome. 499 super chat. Janelle was like, but my gym was a trash idea, right? And we will be talking about that, because Janelle did bring that up. You know what I mean? And that's one of the things that I like. There were a couple moments that I was watching, like, because even now that we know what happened, like as far as certain members being, thank you, Brittany, not Brittany. There's certain points where I look at folks and how they responded to things, and I said that's where a lot of that anger started from. It was at these points where you could see that Robin was starting to develop a real, true animosity towards some of these ladies. Because before it was more or less like, I want to be a part of the family. I want to be a part of you guys. With this, she thought she had the bee's knees. And that's the funny thing. Like, even to give a little bit of another taste of my thing on the MLMs. The funny thing with MLMs, one of the more damaging aspects of it, is that it makes you feel like you actually have a chance. Like, this is, the guys will present the MLM to you, or the business opportunity, and they'll say, yeah, you get involved with this, you're going to be able to make X amount of dollars, it's going to be incredible, it's so easy, you're going to make so much money, you're going to be financially free, you're never going to have to worry about your boss, your job, dealing with this crap anymore. Then you start to believe it, then you show up to work, and you kind of got a chip on your shoulder, because in the back of your mind, you about to blow. Like, your money's about to get caked up. So why am I sitting here listening to this guy talk crazy to me? Yeah, I'm late. Who cares, sucker? I'm only here for another 2 months. Then all of a sudden, I'm going to shoot my alarm clock out the window, and I'm never getting up until my eyes pop open, because my business is going to be so successful. And I think that's kind of the arrogance that Robin has started to develop with the sister wife closet business. She started to believe that the business was a success even before the business started to be a success. She was hyping herself up. And you can see a lot of that trait. So when anybody started to question whether they wanted to be involved with this business, she was taking it personally, because she saw them as somebody in the way. And when you have people like Robin or Cody, the one place you don't want to be is in their way. And I think that also led to some of the downfall and some of the fracture in the family. Wait, what's this? What's this? as a former web developer, we will take $200 an hour to do anything. Please stop making me build your bad dreams. Oh, they'll take your money though. Like, Rachel, I understand what you're saying. I agree with you. Like, sometimes it's better to have a plan before make a plan before you start rolling stuff out. And there's a couple reasons why you want to do that too, because you don't want to have bad false starts. So you don't want to roll out junk just because you want to roll something out. With $200 an hour, they will take your money. Don't get it twisted. They don't care how good your dream is or how bad it is. They will take your money. You know what I mean? Oh, thank you. Thank you very much. I only had 4 people come to my website. I mean, the website's perfect. And even then, the website kept crashing. They didn't have the bandwidth to run the website because they had a bunch of people who show up and nobody was buying anything. Lauren Hahn, I'm sorry. They said the gym was a bigger down payment. Things always work out conveniently for Robin, don't they? And Cody seriously thinks it's a coincidence that they work for her. Yeah, because she's doing the best she can. I don't understand why you guys are so upset. She's doing everything she can possibly do. Eric, Susie Q. Was the business ever really a success? Not by my numbers. And we'll get into that in a minute. $2 super chat. Thank you so much, Susie Q. YouTube is my time machine. The fact that they refused to lower prices told me how arrogant Robin was. Yes. If you start to realize that it's not going well, you have to make adjustments. Like, that's just the way business works. Like, yeah, you might think that, like, there's no way that this is not worth $50 million. But in a way, they were getting sample examples of how even real estate works. Oh, I have to change my logo. I got the wrong logo up. Boom, boom. All right. It's an example of how they think, like, even real estate. With real estate, you'll have like a house. Say you have a house, and the neighbors' houses and everybody's houses are selling for $600,000, $500,000, just nice round numbers. $500,000. The houses are worth $500,000. So you could go out and you can get an equity line of credit based on the fact that everybody's house in your neighborhood is going for $500,000. You have a house neighborhood, your house is worth $500,000. The problem is when you go to sell your house, you have to find somebody who is willing to give you $500,000 for your house. Now, if somebody comes out and says, yeah, even though you live in a house where the houses are going for $500,000, everybody else has a swimming pool in the back. Their lawns are manicured in a certain way. They have a certain number of trees on the property that I like, or I don't like. I have trees on my property I don't really care for. But especially when you gotta get out there and start raking up leaves. That shit is horrible. But, you could have people who have different tastes. And things could drive the price of your house up. They may have a solarium in the back of the house. They may have a sunroom. They could have basements that are completely finished. Your basement isn't done. They could have attics or something. The rooms could be divided differently. They could have an additional room on the house that maybe, drives the house up. Your house might not be up to date as far as the kitchen. You don't have the new modern, fancy contemporary kitchen that everybody in the neighborhood has who has sold their home. So your house is only worth $350 because that's what the people are willing to spend on it. So even though you could get $500,000 on the estimate of how much your house is worth, or even $500 when it comes to a home equity loan, you can't get that money when it comes to sales. Now, with the jewelry that they were trying to sell on Sister Wife's Closet, maybe if you look at the standard of jewelry and how much it costs and how much materials you're using, as far as they said that we use sterling silver. It's amazing, the sterling silver. So you're using sterling silver so that you could get so much of a markup on certain prices or pieces of jewelry in the similar stores or whatever. But when people look at your stuff, they say, yeah, it's not worth it. I would spend $10 on that, but there's no way I would give you $200 for it. In which case, you also have to take into account that maybe you don't have sterling silver level jewelry. You might have, I don't know what the shit they make. What they call that? Stainless steel? You might have clear stainless steel level jewelry, which means that if you were making, instead of making it out of sterling silver, the more precious metals, you took a step back, way back, because it's not even 440 stainless. Like you making it out of basically aluminum. Your shit made out of old Pepsi cans, right? I got my Coke can necklace, son. Right? So you can have your sister wife jewelry made out of like old Coke cans. That might be worth it. Because you'll be able to lower the prices to a place where the people who are willing to buy the jewelry and actually maybe even wear it once in a while. Nobody's wearing anywhere fancy. Like, ooh, look at my SW. That's what I'm talking about. Like, nobody's wearing that shit. So, maybe they watch it when they wear the show. But nobody's going to the prom with the sister wife necklace on. You know what I mean? So, even if that's the case, figure out the materials. Figure out your developers. Figure out your manufacturers, the people supplying you. Maybe you can lower the prices and you can actually make money. Just a thought. But that's what they had to say. Now here's something else that was whoa shit. That jumped right on me, didn't it? Let's listen to them talk about the financial success of launching the website.
Another minute goes by.
They look like they're about to start.
No purchases yet.
Oh shit.
I totally expected that we would have people on there purchasing really fast.
The emotional setback is one thing. The financial setback, if this flops, is terrible.
The financial setback will be terrible. And it was terrible. It was a financial setback. And what was this, Lauren Hahn? Yeah, she said the reason it was all so expensive is because it was so good quality. Laughed my ass off. I don't know about you guys, but I don't need my Fidelis necklace to be sterling silver. Yeah, right. Strong woman. And that's another thing. Strong women don't need to wear a necklace to say strong woman on it. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I'm a strong man. Would you go out with a guy who has like a necklace that says strong man? Like, ooh, he's a strong man. How you know, girl? Because he got the necklace on, child. Like, nobody's doing that shit. Like, that's not a successful thing. Women will be avoiding you left and right. Hey, can I buy you a drink? Hell no. No, thank you, strong man. Like, I'm good. Oh, man. What's this? Robin's jewelry reminds me of Jacqueline Hill's jewelry line. Both companies didn't make it past 2 years and the quality was not great. The designs were horrible. Just scrapping in the house. What's up, just scrapping? 999 Super Chat, thank you so much. No message, just the love of the game, son. Just scrapping in the house. How you doing, Catherine? That's amazing. Yeah, right. Karen, say that you go there with a good man necklace. He's a good man right there. It's got a necklace on and everything. He even got a ball cap that says, I pay my bills. Get the hell out of here. I pay my bills. My bills is paid. That's one of them lonely summer necklaces. That's what that's gonna be. That's gonna be the lonely summer necklace. I like to be by myself. That's what that necklace says to me. I like to be alone. Yeah, right. My little said you should have had Christine should have did a cookbook, how to feed kids with no money. That would have sold. I mean, yeah, because that would have been part of the, like, they wanted to create this mystique. That's an excellent point. Thank you so much for, thank you so much. Catherine Green in the house. Just scrapping. Maybe I should be hollering your name out. She's like, well, you keep saying my damn name for a sucker? Stop saying that shit, you mother. MJC said Robert was talk like business women would want to buy jewelry that represented oppressed women. Yeah, right. Look at me, I'm doing good. Much better than the people who make my jewelry. Like, come on, man. You're right about that. That's so true. That's so true. Strong man underwear. Tracy said Cody gonna have on the strong man underwear. Bringing it back. Like, I'm powerful. The strong man underwears. Once again, lonely time. Oh, Tina dropping game for the set. She said, a setback like spending 10 or 15,000 on a monster house plan that no one wants to live in. Oh shit. Okay, that's good. I gotta go to that too. Scorpio girl. Tina said they should have come out with good designs with cheap materials and see what's sold and upgraded the materials with designs for that people like. Yeah, because they do that shit all the time. That's an excellent point. That's game. That's game right there, son. Like, that's game. You come out with a design, you see what people like, and then you come out with like the platinum series of your more popular designs that you could get actual more precious metals for those designs. Maybe even throw a couple stones in there if you really want to go crazy. And it's really selling. Probably not though. But who knows? But that's a better plan than what they did. Scorpio girl, a setback like spending $10,000 to $15,000 on a monster house plan that no one wants to live in. That's the kind of business decisions they was making, though, Scorpio. That's the kind of shit they were doing. You know, they were just out there just caking money out for nothing. Like, I just want to throw money away. I just wish, look, if y'all know somebody who wants to throw money away, this isn't me begging, this is just me being real. If you know somebody who wants to give $15,000 away, send them my way. I'll take it. I'll take the $15,000, child. I got shit I want to do with $15,000, son. I got stuff I want to do. I'll take your 15. Like, why would you? Don't give it to... That woman was a professional. Why are you wasting her time? I'll take your $15,000, you jackass. Oh, I'm going to buy $15,000 because my wives don't want to live in this house, but I'm going to spend $20,000 to have it designed in a house that I know nobody wants to live in. My older wives don't want to live here. I only got one wife out of four who want to even consider living in this place, who's excited about it. Janelle was the only one who was excited about it, 100%. Robin didn't want to live in a one-house deal. If they were so pressed about it, they would have just, the same way they forced them to sell their houses in Vegas and move to Arizona, the same way that they forced the whole idea of Coyote Pass when Mary actually wanted to move over to Shepherd's Pie, whatever the hell that mountain range was, with all the trees on it, and then she get out to Coyote Pass like, I don't want to live amongst those trees. That's ridiculous. You know, the same way they did that, the same way they pushed all the other ideas that they pushed on people when they didn't want to do them, they would have pushed the whole one house deal if that's something that he really wanted to do and they all really wanted to do, and Christine was the only one who didn't want to do it. They would have pushed her to do it. They would have made her do it. But they didn't want to do that. He just wanted to give $15,000, $20,000 away. Scorpio girl, you got it. She know. Scorpio know. That's some Scorpios. You got to watch them. Mind readers, you know what I mean? Yeah, there you go. Living every minute. You know what I mean? They should have had Christine do a cookbook. Feeding 13 kids on a dime a day and day old bread. You know what I mean? This is how you make delicious food from mud pies. That shit would have sold. Who would have wanted to see it? Just out of GP, just like the Sister Wife book was a a bestseller. That cookbook would have took off. Like, they would have sold like hotcakes. They would have been able to keep that on the shelf. And they would have been able to keep more of the profits if they would have put it on the Sister Wife Closet website. Just saying. Butter Bean Head. Oh, what's going on, Butter Bean Head? I remember you from, you were with me, Sarah, and, Amanda. Wow, man's a wild woman. Funny as hell. Good thing Robin said the ring thing Cody was wearing was a horse. I was thinking it was a jackass, just like him. That's what I was saying. That's what I was saying. That's the family crest, the jackass. Yes, the jackass is the family mascot. Is that a horse? No, it's the jackass. The powerful, noble steed. How about a circling the donkey hoodie? Have that on the ring. Tanya Johnson, by super chat. If it had been Christine's idea, Cody would still be ranting about it. Robin probably blamed Christine anyway. She probably does. Oh, it would have been successful had Christine signed on and put in her time. Oh, matter of fact, we got stuff to get to. This is going to demonstrate that whole mentality. But you're 100% right. I say this: if Christine would have came out with an idea to do an online store, and the rest of them wouldn't have went with it, Cody would have ripped her to pieces. You saw a piece of what he would have did to Christine when Mary came in there talking about that bed and breakfast. And she wanted to buy that house, that real estate. You saw exactly how Cody would have treated Christine when she showed up with an idea. We're not doing that. You know, 999 super chat. Jennifer. I love that bird. That's awesome. That's awesome. Thank you so much, Jennifer. Rolling on the ground, Jennifer. So I hope that's the correct pronunciation. I'm probably blowing that, though. I'm going to keep it all the way a stack. Oh, so yeah. Let me just make sure I turn that off. So we talked about like the whole financial setback of the thing and how it was terrible. Now, what is this? Robin's Dream. Oh, yeah, okay. So we talked about like the financial setback of like them trying to launch it onto the website. So now we can update the whole situation. We fast forward a little bit and we start to realize that the financial stuff isn't really working from the website. So we got to try something different because this stuff is going to sell. As soon as people start realizing that we have necklaces, jewelry, rings, earrings, pendants, and stuff, all of a sudden this stuff is going to start selling like hotcakes because it's incredible, precious stone, precious materials, most beautiful designs. These designs are amazing. Let's listen to what Robin had to say with regard to this being a great opportunity for people and what the sister wife business actually means to her. And it's not planned. Why is this not planned? Oh, here it is.
I actually have
My sister's closet was pretty much a dream. My understanding when we first started talking about it was that, yes, let's do it. And I thought everybody was on board. I thought everybody was just like, yes, let's go for it. Let's put time and energy into it. It's not my business. That's the thing is it's called My Sister Wife's Closet. It's not called Robin's Closet. You know what I'm saying? It's about the sister wives. It's about Cody being, the husband to the sister wives. It's about us and the differences that we bring.
It's not my business. It's our business. Because it's not doing well. When the shit doing kind of sketchy and it's struggling and it needs money, now all of a sudden it's, we got to look out for our stuff. But if that thing would have took off and all of a sudden they would have been selling them designs and the jewelry would have been flying off the shelf and all of a sudden you go from having like putting $5, $10, $15, $20,000 into this online business. Now that online business is worth $15, $20 million. Robin not only would have took full credit for that business. She not only would have took full credit for that business. My belief, Robin's ass would have left the family. Robin would have left. If that shit would have turned out successful, she would have left. She would have taken them sister wife closet designs. She would have kept it with the sister wives. You guys can run a little website or whatever. Just give me my cut. And she would have pimped them. Give me my cut. Hit them, start beating your feet in them streets on that concrete and get me my, bring that money back, y'all. She would have did all that stuff. Then she would have took those designs or whatever, and she would have went and started a separate website and would have made money from there as well. That's what Robin would have did. Like, from the same mind that brought you Sister Wife Closet Classics, Robin is starting her new line, single and ready to mingle. It'd have been like jewelry, like big fat dookie chains, hoop earrings, you know what I mean? And it would say strong woman in both sides of it. Independent woman. Single life. Hello. Brittany, not Brittany. $1.99 super chat. Robin's pissed that the B&B is successful. Yeah, she's. That's why every time, I think, every time Mary brought up that she was going back to the B&B, like you see like a little scowl come across Robin's face, like you have a separate home that you own all to yourself, and there's no way I can get any of that money. How dare you have your own property and stuff money that I can't get access to. And with the $4.99 super chat, I'm all for Brother James's closet merch. The knife and the kidney pendant, the jackass hoodie. What else? The jackass hoodie with the big ring on the front. I too am a jackass. You know what I mean? And Cody will sue me. That'll be awesome. Is it true you were making fun of him? Is it true you were making fun of Cody Brown? Is it true? Emily Judkins. I hope I got that right. $1.99 super chat. She never had a bed for her kids, but $30,000 in debt. You just invest in the things that you find important, Emily. Yeah, that's just... it's kind of funny. Story time. I said that to somebody before. I said that you can always tell what somebody feels is important or what they hold value in by what they invest in. So when you have brand new clothes, a nice new car, and your kids are walking around and you can see the bottom of their feet through the soles of their shoes, the holes in the soles of their shoes, I should say, that says a lot about what you value in your life. When it's more important for you to drive around in a luxury convertible car and your wives are driving around on baloney skin, blow 'em up motors, it says a lot about what you value in your life. Because you could always make the argument that, because in that situation, the guys are always going to look and say, my family is the most important thing in my life, bro. They're everything to me, man. You can't tell me that they're not important to me, cuz, and all that. But when you look at it, what do you invest your money in? Where does your money go? When you get your paycheck, do you look at your paycheck and say, I'm going to get some nice stuff with this? Or do you say, what do my kids need? What does my wife need? What do my ladies need? You know what I mean? In Cody's case, what do my ladies need? Cody, he's sitting there saying, my car could use some new tires. Instead of you putting shoes on your car, you need to start putting shoes on your kids. Instead of you worrying about, having designer jewelry for yourself, which is always a thing that kind of tripped me out, especially as them being business owners. One of the things that really tripped me out was the whole notion that they were investing so much in the sister wife closet business. Thank you so much, Emily. I appreciate that. They invested so much in a sister wife closet business, and they hung so much on it as far as this business is supposed to pay for my homes and my food and my lifestyle, and we got kids going to college, and this business is going to take care of all that. The funny thing is, I used to criticize all the time that Robin, the person who was designing the jewelry, never really wore her own designs. If I made suits and I had a show where I was wearing suits, I would wear my suits. I would never be caught in a Versace or Armani or Louis Vuitton. I would not wear those suits. I would wear my suit. Why? Because I would be my best advertisement. To be honest with you, there's advertisement for and advertisement against. If you have a product, you're making jewelry, and you have a TV show and you expect people to buy your jewelry because you're on, I said it right. Do you see that? Ah, it's coming back. You expect people to buy your jewelry because you're on a TV show, right? Then why wouldn't you wear that jewelry when you show up to the tell-alls, when you show up to the confessionals, when you walking around and you got camera people in your house? You're doing a commercial. That's how I would see it. Call me crazy, but I'll wear my ugly ass jewelry. I'll be sporting that shit like, every time you see me, You can tell me. They would have to send me a letter. A notarized letter to my house telling me to stop wearing my shit. Because I'd be caked up. I'd be looking like Mr. T out there wearing every piece of jewelry I make. 4 rings on each finger, you know what I mean? Can't even bend my hand up because I got rings all over them. Why wouldn't you do that? But she didn't even wear her own stuff. So why would I spend my hard-earned money buying bullshit, ugly-ass jewelry that you don't even want to wear? That's where I'm at. If you guys think I'm too much, let me know. Just say, James, you wrong for that. You wrong. She had a right to wear whatever she wanted to wear. It's her business. You need to get up out of her business. I'm just saying. Native Mermaid, she would have left right away. She would have stayed to drain them and crawled out of the dry ass pool. Yeah, you're right. Follow Super Chat. Thank you so much. Yeah, right, Jim. I can't get out of this. Help. Somebody throw me a shovel. I'm stuck in this pool. I've taken everything I could possibly take. She just stick around long enough to have the sheriff show up with the paperwork. Oh, you guys getting sued? Oh, shit. Okay, well, I'm going to go ahead and leave y'all to y'all business. You going to help us, Robin? Because Sister Wife Closet is really taking... Oh, girl, that Sister Wife Closet ain't doing nothing. Anyway, that's my limo. My car. That's my Uber. Yep, see, that's the Raspberry got it. See, the Shark Tank people promote their companies all the time. Yeah, because if you have a company, the reason why you're on the show is so you can talk about the stuff so you can increase your validity. In some cases, some people might not have heard, like Mark Cuban, like he's rich as hell, and he's been around forever. But some people will look at, like, the FUBU guy. Some people didn't know what FUBU was. I knew what FUBU was because, for us, by us, like, black guy wearing, making clothing design for black folk. Yeah, okay. But most people didn't know who he was. So him getting on the show gives him a further step of legitimacy. If you have jewelry, you'll wear that jewelry. If you have, look, I'm crazy. Like I said, yeah, I'm sitting there saying, oh, I would do that, but I'd have worn my shit. Sister wives would have to tell me, James, we have a contract with Claire's and they want you to wear their stuff. Okay, I'll wear Claire's stuff. I'll wear Claire's stuff and my stuff on top of it. Oh, let me go and take this jewelry off because it's so uncomfortable. Okay, yeah, that's fine. And I put my shit right on. Hey. Flying chancla. Hey, what's going on? That's awesome. Anna Rita said, James, you are not crazy. You're crazy right. Thank you so much. That's what I'm saying. Most people would have did that. Thank you, Tanya. Appreciate that.
My sister's closet was pretty much a dream.
Damn, my joint was just loaded up. They wanted to talk about that again. Now check this shit out. Here's something that I thought was crazy interesting. There was a point where they were talking about, like, we've done the websites. The websites ain't doing nothing. We got to try to expand our business to do some other stuff. So we're going to do an expo in St. George, Utah, so that way we can sell our stuff. But we have to make sure everything is set up. There was like a weekend expo where, for those not familiar, like usually these expos, they'll take place, sometimes it's like Friday, Saturday, Sunday. But apparently the one that they were going to in St. George was going to be Saturday and Sunday. So they get to go up the day before, set the table up, set the area up so that way they can walk in and everything is ready to go. They open the doors, bingo, bango, you start selling the best you can. Let's take a look at this. And there's a couple points I wanted to make with regard to their time in this expo in St. George. I just gotta get it. Gotta get it.
I actually have a conflict. I'm not positive if I'll be able to go in time to help set up for the trade show. I feel bad, like, having to leave, but Mariah's got this banquet bag.
That's you going there just to leave after 1 hour. I don't even know
It's
why
a killer
you go.
drive investment for that.
Yeah, that's 4 hours of driving for being there 1 hour. I don't even know that you should go in that case.
I want her to go,
Even for the half hour?
even for the half hour, because she's the pusher.
That shit is crazy. That is the most selfish shit ever. That's the most selfish shit ever. We're going to go down. We're going to drive 4 hours. 1, 2, 3, 4. We're going to drive 4 hours. 4 hours to go set the tables up in St. George. And then on top of that, you're going to be there all weekend. Saturday and Sunday. You're going to be there for the other 2 days. We're going to drive 4 hours up, 4 hours back. Now, I couldn't hear it, so I had to do a whole bunch of stuff while the thing was playing. There was a point where Mary had to say, there was a point where Mary had to say, Mary was like, I am going to drive up there 4 hours. I can only be there for an hour because I have an arrangement. I have something to do with my daughter. So I'm not missing that shit. This is my child. I'm going to come back for my child. It was because it's Leon now. So it's not her daughter. It's actually her son. Or they, them. I forget how Leon classifies herself. But whatever. I'm going up there for my child. I'm coming back. I got arrangement with my child. So I'm going to be back. Right? She says, Robin says, oh, Cody's like, okay, well, ain't no need for you to drive 4 hours to come up there and help set up tables that we're going to be there and set up anyway. So why don't you just stay here and take care of your child? Because you know that's how Cody talk. Our child, really, but your child. You got arrangement to be with your child. You be with your child. Robin looks him in the face like, no, I want Mary to be there. I want Mary to drive 4 hours for basically nothing. To be up there for an hour helping set up tables that we're already got 4 adults going there to set up tables. And it's I think it's like a grand total of maybe 2, 3 tables tops because it's a small area. It's like a booth that you would set up where you would have like the merchandise. No, I want her there because she's the pusher. She's the pusher. Because all it is that Mary was supposed to be the enforcement arm for Robin. Because we'll get into it in a minute. But Robin, the way Robin did it, she wanted Mary to come there because Mary could be nasty to him and Robin could fall back and play the innocent, I don't know what's going on role. I don't know what's happening. Why is Mary talking so crazy? She's so nuts. I don't know why she's doing it. And she's sending Mary in there to do it. That's why she wanted Mary to go. But there is also a point where Mary has been pushing for the two of them to take over and do this whole thing themselves. Why don't we take over this business? Me and you, Robin. Mary is saying this to Robin. Why don't the two of us take this over? Forget Cody, Janelle, and Christine. They don't want no parts of this business. Why don't the two of us run it, manage it, and make it happen? And the whole time, Robin is looking at Mary and saying, I don't want you. I want Christine and Janelle here. I want Cody involved. I want Cody involved to tell them to get involved. and do my will, bend them to my will. That's what she was basically saying the whole time. And this is part of why everybody who watches the show, one of the examples that I've heard repeatedly of when people talk about the show and they talk about Robin and Mary's friendship, they say that Mary was never Robin's, or Robin was never Mary's friend. Because even when Mary is saying like, hey friend, let's be partners in this business together that we care about, that we've been working on, that we have been contributing so much to, Robin is still saying, you're not enough. I don't want to hang out with you. I want to hang out with them. The people who don't want me, I want to hang out with. You want to hang out with me, so therefore I don't have no time for you. I already got you and I don't want you now. That's kind of how Robin was running it. But just scrapping in the house, just scrapping with the $9.99 super chat. Just want to say much appreciation to our great moderators and those keeping the chat so great. Hit the like, YouTube family, with the hearts banging, banging, banging. Thank you so much, Just Scrapping. Appreciate that. Please hit that like. Let a player know you like what we doing. It's not just for me. Hit that like for the chat too, because the chat deserves some love as well. Thank you so much, Just Scrapping. It was also what I had. Native Mermaid. James, James, you literally cackled. Probably did. It's a wild night. It's a wild night, Native Mermaid. It's a wild night. That's how we run things here. It's crazy. Rochelle J, you wear promote your products at any and all costs. Marketing is weak in Sabin's world. Yeah, she just has expectations. She goes in with high expectations. It's me, so they gonna do it. I'm amazing, so they just gonna buy my stuff because I said buy it. Oh man, damn! Just give Mary a trench coat. What's this? Scorpio girl. Oh, Scipio girl. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm reading that shit wrong. Crazy wrong. Hook don't finance work for me. I can't see shit. You don't understand. Got glasses, light shooting in my face. That's my excuse, I guess. The St. George show was just hoping someone would get mouthy with them and catch a war words or for video, in my opinion. Yeah. I can see that. Because it would... The crazy part is TLC for sure. TLC was probably hoping somebody would cuss their asses out. You know what I mean? Just read them the riot act. TLC was probably like, come over and say some wild stuff to them. You can say whatever you want. We just ask that you sign here, here, and here. And then that way we get the release. And you can say whatever you want. I mean, if you want to go after one of them, please just let us know. Give us some running room so we can send a bouncer in to stop you. So that way you're not actually coming in physical contact. But then we can run like a whole 3 episodes. I was so scared when they was coming over. And they could do that whole thing. The expo might have wanted it to happen because if they would have got fired up in the expo, it would have made the papers. And next year, the expo would have been off the chain. That's a good point, Mr. Scipio girl. James, just get married, trench good. James, you literally cackled. Yep. Cackling like crazy. Check this out. I'm just going to run it.
We are having a meeting today with all the adults. We're going to be going to the What Women Want Expo in St. George, Utah. And it's kind of a big deal for us. We're not getting a lot of traction as far as the business is concerned. I think we've got some issues kind of boiling to the surface. And that was what I was talking about. That was one of the things that I wanted to play earlier, but my order got messed up. When push came down to everything, she had said that the online stuff wasn't working. So the expos was a way that they were, in their minds, the online stuff isn't working. That's because they can't pick the stuff up. They can't see it. They can't feel it. And because they're not getting that tactile energy of actually touching the merchandise, they're probably not buying it. So we're going to start pressing the flesh, and then we're going to be able to influence them with our personalities and our sales pitches. And we'll see what happens when they do that.
But Lord Han, how about the older lady who said she hates polygamists, and then men are sexist and the women are oppressed, and at the time we're like, oh, they're just judging our beloved family, and now she's the smartest. Yeah. You know, they did have that, but I think that it's one of those things where I think they were doing like the, they call them man on the street interviews. I think they were doing those kind of man on the street interviews all day. What the hell? That was my phone. Oh, okay. Let me turn that off. I think they were doing those man on the street interviews all day, and they just pulled out the worst ones because the Sister Wives program up until that point had always kind of held out the whole idea that they were an oppressed group. Like, oh, everybody is judging them and they're so oppressed. And the reason why the Sister Wives Closet Expo endeavor didn't work was because everybody there was prejudiced. And they didn't like polygamists. So that's why it didn't work. And it had nothing to do with the designs of the jewelry, the fact that the jewelry was overpriced and possibly cast in the wrong materials. Like we had all talked about before, like it shouldn't have been in sterling silver. And instead, like I said, if they would have used cheaper materials and brought the prices way down, they might have actually sold some stuff. But, I mean, nobody wants to buy, like, if you come out with your favorite artist or whoever comes out with a jersey, and like you have a football team that's they're about to play the Super Bowl. You could get a Super Bowl jersey for anywhere from $20, depending on where you get it. Like you go to TJ Maxx or Foreman Mills or somebody, you get it for $20. Marshalls or wherever, you probably get it for like $20. If you go to one of the sports outlet stores, you probably get that same jersey $40 to $80. But if they came out with, this is the official starter jersey from the team, and we're selling it for $3,000. It could be the jersey that they wore during the game. And most people are not going to spend that money on that jersey. They're just not. But that's kind of where the Sister Wives Robin's designs were. YouTube is my time machine. $5 super chat. Had the investors given them the $2 million, do you think the business would have succeeded? No. They would have totally stole that money. If anything, you know what would have happened? The investors would have gave Cody the $2 million. He would have tried to do the investors like he did the Sister Wives. And the investors don't have the loyalty that the Sister Wives have, nor the patience. And Cody's ass would have went to jail. He'd have went straight to jail. He wouldn't have passed go. He wouldn't have got $200. His ass would have been in jail. He would still be there. He'd be making big rocks and the little rocks. You understand what I mean? He'd be making license plates. That dude would be in the jail. He'd be in the pokey, getting poked. Like it would have been problems for Cody. But sometimes, and that's the weird thing. Like if you're a religious person, you probably understand what I'm about to say. If not, you probably still understand what I'm about to say because it's not that complicated. But you're not a chef. Sometimes the Lord bless you because He don't give you what you want. You're like, oh, the Lord must hate me. He's not going to bless me with $2 million. No, because He realized that you don't know how taxes work. And if I give you $2 million, you're not going to pay your taxes. You're going to wind up in jail. And you're probably going to get a line of credit that's going to put you in much worse condition than you've ever been in your life. So I'll give you $2. You're going to wind up having to pay, if I give you $2 million, you're going to wind up having to pay $1 million, just in a gift gratuity to the feds or to the tax man, but you're not going to save that money, nope, because that's your money. Then you're going to go out and get a line of credit, buy a $5 million house, but you only got $2 million, and half of that belonged to Uncle Sam, and you got the other $1 million, you're going to buy Lamborghinis and Porsches with it. So by the time you get done, you still owe $5 million, plus you owe for whatever car you had, plus repossession and everything else. So that blessing is not a blessing, it's a curse. So the best thing that could have happened to Cody most likely was Robin and he did not get that money. Again, come back next week. But when I talk about, because I'm blowing all that up, because I have clips from that episode that will prove my point when I say that Robin and Cody had already had plans for that $2 million. And it was not to grow that damn business. That plan for the $2 million had nothing to do with growing Sister Wife's business. They were going to take that money. I'm telling you, come back next week. It's going to be awesome. It's going to be awesome. Native Mermaid in the house. $5 super chat. James, you can't sell ugly unless it's on Hollywood Boulevard. This is true. This is true. You know what, like ugly rich folks? They like ugly ass shit. Kanye. I'm gonna dress like a hobo and I'm gonna try to sell it. Like, he had a line where literally he was like, I think he called it a vagabond line or something like that, where he had like a fashion line of clothes that he wanted to make people look like they were homeless. Like, not like homeless without a home homeless. I mean like movie homeless. Like Hollywood people imagine homeless people to be homeless. So it was insulting. It was ridiculous, and it was ugly. And like I said, it just showed the moral standing of where he is and the kind of character he has. Lauren Hahn, $4.99 super chat. Troy and I are newish fans. Love you, James. And this is such a fun community. Thank you so much. That's awesome. Welcome, welcome. Welcome to the family. Welcome to the family. I wish I had my barbecue going. YouTube is my time machine. No hesitation, James. Thank you so much, Lauren. Welcome, Lauren and Troy. Got to do things as a couple, y'all. That's how you stay together. That's what I'm talking about. Sometimes I thank God for an unanswered prayers. Who you telling? I can't tell you. Back in the day, you see somebody and you're attracted to them, and then you sitting there mad, like, oh man, it ain't work out. Or you go out with somebody, it ain't work out, it ain't right, world ain't fair, this is terrible, I can't believe this happened, blah, blah, blah. Or you try to ask somebody out, and they're not attracted to you, they want to be your friend or whatever. Oh, it's terrible, oh my God, so horrible. 3 years later, you sitting there, thank goodness. Oh, thank you for saying no. Thank you. You know, you want to send them Christmas cards. Thank you for not ruining my life by agreeing to go out with me. You know what I mean? Like, sometimes you got to be thankful when you don't get the shit you want. I used to say that all the time. You go to the gym, because my story time. We used to have, when I was growing up, my dad is a Marine. I say that all the time. Like, my dad is a Marine. My dad was in the Marine Corps like 56 years ago. Actually, 60 years ago, my dad was in the Marine Corps. It's because he's not in the Marine Corps at the moment. He's not active. But when you're in the Marines, you don't never leave the Marines, because once you're a Marine, you're always a Marine. But he would get up at 5 o'clock in the morning every morning. He doesn't get up at 5 o'clock now, but he still goes to the gym every day. Right? Insane. 80 some odd years old. And he's going to the gym every day. But we had facilities down in the basement, like bench, weights, the heavy bags, speed bags, all that stuff in the basement, right? And he would go down and he would work out, and then I would go down when I got a little older and I hit my teen years. I would go down and lift weights. And you're a young guy. I put all the weight on, not all the weight. I put weight on, and it was weight I couldn't lift. And you would get strong, and you pick it up. And the one thing I noticed is that when you're about to hurt yourself, you're always strong enough to get it off the rack, especially on bench press. You're strong enough to get it off. But then when you get it down and you try to push it up, you can never push it up high enough to get it back on. So one of the crazy things is that you're strong enough to basically decapitate yourself if you're not watching it, right? And there was a time where I was trying to get it off. I couldn't get it off. But then I thought about it. I was like, thank goodness I couldn't get that shit off. That saved my life. Because if I was strong enough to get that weight over that lip, I would have been like, you know what I mean? I'd be like, let's say, I'd be about a foot shorter. We'll put it that way. So sometimes you just save your life. I've also been down there where you have that's when we stopped. Where I stopped putting collars on when I was working out by myself in the basement, so you could you get the weight off and you can't get it back up. So you do the tip and knock the weight off, and so you can save yourself. Yeah, been there, done that shit too. But one of the things is that sometimes when you pray and hope that things can happen a certain way, it's best that it doesn't happen the way you want. Or you're just not ready for that opportunity. Sometimes you could be given a gift, anything that you're not prepared for, because part of success is preparation and opportunity. If you're given an opportunity that you're not prepared for, then it's not an opportunity because you can't take advantage of it. It's not a blessing. Because if it's your first day of acting classes and you can't act good and you get in front of a director who could make your career, then if you're terrible, he's going to remember you or she's going to remember you. And they're never going to hire you to do anything else. So you could get good, but if they're like, oh, I remember him. He showed up. He was terrible. So it's the best possible thing that could happen to you is that you don't get that opportunity to show up in front of somebody who you're going to make an ass of yourself in front of, or you go to a job interview that you're not ready for, or to get a job or get an assignment that you're not prepared to do, and then you blow that assignment because that could mess you up for future assignments. When you do have the knowledge, the capabilities, and the expertise to be able to do a good job with the stuff, you won't be given that opportunity. So sometimes it works in your favor that you're not given that. And in Cody's case, I'm telling you, if he'd have got that $2 million, Cody's ass would be in jail. He probably would have took, and here's the thing with Cody, because I'm watching Cody, he can't take responsibility for destroying the family. He can't take, responsibility for his lack of what he should have been doing to make sure that the family worked. There's no way in the world Cody would have went to jail by himself. And the sad part is he probably would have took Janelle with him. Janelle probably would have went down with him because he would have had Janelle doing the books and monitoring the money, and him and Robin would have been siphoning the money off and spending the money like they've been spending the sister wife trust fund or the sister wife fund that they had under Cody Brown Entertainment LLC, buying watches, trips, cars, fixing up the house and the homestead that they have. They would have been spending all that money. And when the investors show up, because trust me, they want their damn money. And they're not trying to hear that bullshit about, well, I got 4 acres, Robin got 4 acres, Janelle got 4 acres, and you get one of the 2 acres, so you get 2 acres. Ain't that good? That's not a problem. They ain't trying to hear none of that shit. They want all their money. All of it. And he even tried to do the whole, well, we'll get into it when I go through that. I'm telling you, this shit is deep, y'all. It's deep. It's deep. Yeah, he would have went to jail. He'd be convict Cody. On the run, convict Cody. He come out, his hair be braided. So pretty. Convict Cody in the house. Check this out.
We are having a meeting today with all the adults. We're going to be going to the What Women Want Expo in St. George, Utah. And it's kind of a big deal for us. We're not getting a lot of traction as far as the business is concerned. I think we've got some issues kind of.
Oh yeah, we already did that one.
I think people aren't buying the jewelry because it takes a story. Maybe it's too long of a sell.
This is the necklace right here that I gave Mary Janelle Christine for Christmas.
You go into a place, something sings to you, and I don't think anything's singing to people off the bat. Let me see, what size are you? What's your ring?
I don't know.
And then as you're giving your spiel, I've noticed people's eyes kind of glaze over.
That's the one I wanted to play because it turns into a thing of why didn't their stuff sell? They knew their stuff didn't sell because, as Christine said, the stuff doesn't sing to anybody. They don't care about your story. They don't want to hear you talk shit about how long you've been investing in stuff and how you came to pass and how your family, when we first came upon the Mayflower, we brought forth a tree. That tree laid bread to our family. You know what I mean? Like, nobody wants to hear about that shit when it comes time for them to buy jewelry for their loved ones. I want to have something that is symbolic, maybe, but I don't want to have, if your husband or your loved one came home and said, hey, baby, I bought some jewelry that represents the love of these other people. It's a special story. Let me tell you the story about how Cody and Robin went out in a convertible car and they used to pray the night away in this convertible car, special moments. And so I got you a little Lexus convertible car, a little Lexus symbol that you can wear around. That dude getting put out of the house. Happy anniversary. That's terrible. That's a terrible idea. So the whole idea that they're going to tell these stories about things that affect their family and mean so much to their family, that's good for fans of the show, maybe, but it has nothing to do with somebody who's just walking through a convention hall. It's not, you know what I mean? Nobody's buying that shit. This is a terrible story. Play the night away, James. Let my ass up. Pray the night away. That's what I'm saying. Pray the night away. Oh man. Yeah. So, and here's the crazy part. When they started talking about it, what do we need to do? How do we actually start selling this stuff? How do we start moving it? This is the sister wife stuff. How, the expo. It doesn't really, it's not working or whatever. How are we actually going to do this stuff? Well, first, let's listen to them talk about how the sales went or how the day went.
Our internet sales have been low. They're not real, they haven't been real strong. They've been trickling in. When you have an internet business, you're not sitting there looking at your customers. They're not getting to come into a store and touch the items. That has a lot to do with it, I'm sure. So, going to these expos is kind of like a little miniature storefront for us.
That was out of order. That was like talking about the storefront and the idea of the Sister Wife's Closet thing being a storefront. So they're using the expos as a storefront because the Sister Wife Closet website wasn't working. I'm going to have to change some of my workarounds around a little bit because my flow is not going the way I want it to. Hold on one second. So yeah, the whole idea is, and then obviously there was one point, I'm just going to cut right to the chase because there's a lot of build up on how things went on day one when they got down to the expo and how the expo went. But there we go. So when we talk about the lead up, let me see. Click this around. Uh-oh. Okay, we shout out to Miss Deb 1021 $10 super chat, no message, just the love. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. I'm struggling. Yeah. Now, we're going to listen to Janelle talk about, because this is the crazy part, y'all. This is where it gets a little insane. Because we're going to listen to them talk about what the goals for day one was and how day one went.
Our internet sales have been low. They're not.
Yeah, the internet sales have been low.
I just feel drained, completely drained. And you have to come back tomorrow?
You guys, it's the beginning of a business. This is what you do. You just for a while, you sit there and you scrape.
You know what? We're 8 hours into it. We still have only sold 4 pieces of jewelry. We have to sell 120 pieces to make it valuable, but I'm not worried.
Janelle's so sweet. Like, she is so sweet. Like, such a nice lady. You know what I mean? So, like, she tries to keep that positive attitude. Like, we're 8 hours in. We've sold 4 pieces. 8 hours. That means they sold one piece every 2 hours. And they have to sell 120 pieces. They only have 2 days. 8 hours. They've only sold 4 pieces. And this is them trying to figure out how to make this business viable. And this is after, because as I played in that just previous clip, this is after they recognized, or at least disclosed, that the internet sales weren't coming through. They weren't making a lot of money on the internet. So on the online store. So they were like, oh, we're just going to they're going to see us in person. They're going to line up around the corner because we're going to be the superstar guests up in St. George, Utah. Plenty of polygamists in Utah. They're going to drive down to see us. Because again, they're from the same state. Why wouldn't some of the polygamists who are from Utah drive over and check them out? I mean, you could easily walk in there and be like, hey, here's some money. But most of them aren't, and here's the ironic part. Most of the people who are in polygamy aren't in a situation where they can go buy a necklace for $220. That's what makes their business plan so insane. Most of the people who would support them because they're just like them, and legitly, the guy come in there and want to buy necklaces for all his sister wives. If he had the same mirrored family that Cody has, the Brown family has, where you have one husband, 4 wives. If he wanted to buy his 4 wives something from the sister wife closet, he would spend $1,000 on jewelry. Bullshit jewelry that says SW on it. Insanity. But here's what they had to say with regard to the business.
So with the...
Oh, wait, no, that's the wrong one. Sorry, guys. So here's day 1, day 2 goal, because like I said, they are only sold 4.
Robin just told me that we actually only sold 7 pieces of jewelry yesterday. That's not good.
We have our goal of 100 big jewelry items, and we're quite a ways away from that goal. But we're just hoping that today's going to be a lot better than yesterday was, and sell jewelry like mad. We've got 100 that we need to get to.
We're going to have to sell a lot today in order to break even.
I'd be happy if we sell 20. I mean, honestly.
Look at everybody's face. Everybody's like, 20? 20? Are you serious? Yeah, 20. And you notice how it went from like 120 for the day to be profitable to we've got to sell about 100 when they realized that they only sold 7. So when Janelle said, we've been here for 8 hours, we've sold 4 pieces. They sold an additional 3 pieces according to Robin. And that's kind of suspect because it's coming from Robin. Now, that was the goal. That was them starting off on the final day because this is the second day of the 2-day extravaganza. So this is the second day. And that's what they said in the beginning of the day. We have to sell a lot of stuff because we've only sold 7 pieces. We've been here for 2 days. 4 hours away from the house. We've been here for 2 days. And they probably stayed in hotel rooms the whole 9. So that's more money going out the window. But this is the last part where they said that final day, this is where they are.
Robin just told me that we actually only sold 7 pieces of jewelry yesterday. That's not good.
Blah, 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 blah. That didn't work out well. That was terrible. Oh, here it is.
So overall, the whole expo was 19 pieces of jewelry.
Well, that's depressing.
And for us, how tired I am, I'm sure we all are. Just exhausted. The thought of doing another expo is like torture.
I think I'm pretty convinced after this weekend that I need to pursue the real estate full time.
I think I'm pretty convinced after that whole 19 pieces over 2 days. 19 pieces over 2 days. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that we are. That sucked. Like, we're not doing that anymore. That was terrible. I'm not doing that ever again. And of course, Robin has opinions on that too. Oh, we sold 19 pieces. It's fine. It'll work itself out. Amazing. What No, that's not it. Trying to get my other thing up. Here we go. Lead up. Robin clip. Okay, here we go. And the crazy part is that as they're sitting there talking about it, and they're saying like we sold 19 pieces. Again, I had the one picture that said it was about 20. Like if we say they sold 20 pieces at $200, because they had the sign, the placard that said the pieces were about $200 a piece. So on the upper end, so if they sold 20 pieces at $200 a piece, they made $2,000, right? Yeah, about $2,000, $4,000. No, wait. Yeah, $4,000. Not bad money. Between 5 people, though. After hotels and everything. So that's what kind of where they were.
Overall, the whole expo.
I feel like I tried to put the business together and say, here it is, let's do this. And not everybody's emotionally there, and so I'm like, okay. I'm having to adjust myself.
Okay. I never intended to give more than this. I'm
Okay,
sorry.
I didn't know that.
I'm really sorry. I intended to do real estate.
It's not that I don't support my sister wife's closet.
It's not that I don't intend to support my sister wife closet, but I don't intend to support this. Because this is after they realize that the money isn't there. The money just isn't coming in. They aren't making the type of money that they were supposed to be making. So Christine comes out and she tells her, like straight up, and this is where it gets kind of weird. Again, this is where it gets kind of weird because she's telling her, like, it's not working out. We can't sell this stuff. And I'm sorry it's got a little jumbled, guys. I kind of messed up my order a little bit. But she's telling her, like, it's a little jumbled. It's a little messed up. We're not making the kind of money we should be making. This is right when they bought those houses in Vegas. And they have these huge debts. They have kids who are talking about going to college, and they're spending weekends going away, the entire family, to try to sell jewelry that isn't moving. They're trying to set up a website, and it's not doing anything. Is one of the young ladies that pointed out earlier, $200 to set up $200 an hour to set up a website that's not doing anything. You're just crapping money away. It's insane. It's insane money. And this is just how the sister wife business was formulated. And this is where it started. There was a lot of stuff that was pushed out just because they wanted to be business people and business owners, that they didn't have the necessary skills in order to run a proper business. Sometimes it's a ramp up. Like you got to get some information, some knowledge on how you want to do it. Let me see. Because some of this stuff got jumbled up, and I want to find the one that I want. Lead up. Vegas Expo. Yeah, here we go. Because some of this stuff has been a little jumbled, but I want to show the report of when they sat down and they talk about like how much money they're making in Vegas.
We just started this business. With this expo, we've got to sell 100 pieces. That's what we would need in order to justify this weekend.
I hope we sell every piece that we have, because if we don't, I don't know. We may not make our numbers, and we can't afford another loss. This weekend is going to be what sort of decides, yes, this is a business that we want to have be like a primary income into our family, and so far it's not.
So far it's not. Now keep in mind what she just said. She said we can't afford another loss. This is right before they went out to St. George. So the loss that they're talking about is actually the loss with regard to the Sister Wife Closet online store. They lost money on that online store. So then they go out, they sell 19 pieces over the course of 2 days. Now you have to figure and factor in gas. You got to factor in how much it costs for the materials, how much you have to pay, because you have to pay for those booths. They don't give you those booths for free, right? So you're paying for everything. You're paying for your time. Like, how much would it cost if you did a day's work? Like, instead of them driving out to go try to sell, busted ass jewelry, if they would have went down and got a job at Walmart as a door greeter, they would have made more money standing in Walmart for 8 hours than they made selling jewelry, their own jewelry. So you have to balance that out. And that's no shot on people who work at Walmart. But it's just, it is what it is. Like, sometimes you you have to take that into account. I can have my own business and say I'm the CEO of my own business, or I can make money doing this particular job. You will make money. You may not like the job at Walmart, Target, or Burger King, or wherever, McDonald's. But at the end of the day, that's a check that you're getting at the end of the week. That's guaranteed money. When they show up to these conventions and these expos, that's not guaranteed money. And they're working hard to make a little bit of chump change. I know from Shanaloa, $4.99 super chat. Maybe Robin wasn't employing her treat them like your best customer strategy. Well, she wasn't. Or she'd have had to take them out back to, she says she do her best in the work on. Never mind. I'm not going to say that. But it'd have been something else. That'd been a crazy weekend. Crafty Florida lady. $10 super chat. Robin stopped Mary from going back to school to pursue her own dreams. Yeah, she stopped her from going to school so that she could work on Sister Wife Closet. Because, she's a good friend. And Robin just wanted Mary to feel like she was part of the family. That's a damn shame. I'm going down, we going down. You trying to improve your life? You trying to better yourself? You trying to get a career? Not in this world, girl. Like, that's basically, Robin is the anti-friend. And she's the anti-friend. Thank you so much, Crafty. Crafty Florida lady. I like crafts too.
We just started this business.
Now this is after it came back. Oh man,
So with the expo last week, Janelle wanted the numbers so she could crunch the hard numbers.
We probably only made $500 profit, which when you're paying all of us to be there for 2 days straight is pretty crappy. I couldn't pay my mortgage on that.
You see what she just said? There's a couple things that I want to make note of. Janelle wanted the numbers so that she could crunch the numbers. Wanted the numbers so she could do the numbers. We made $500 on those sales. $500 profit. Sold 19 pieces, made $500 profit. Sister Wife Closet is struggling. It's not doing well. But yet and still, they insist that they were going to continue to invest in Sister Wife's Closet. No matter what, they weren't going to give it up. They weren't going to let it go. It was just going to be what it is. And here's the funny thing about it. When Janelle voices her concerns are being pushed down and pushed away simply by Robin saying, no, we're not worried about that because this is going to be a successful business for no other reason than because I want it to be. The way that she could have shown, because Robin makes the argument that this is a successful business that we all need to invest in. A way that she could have demonstrated that this business is successful and is worth the investment is by having Janelle crunch the numbers and saying, this business is making X amount of dollars, so therefore it's a good business. But she doesn't have that. Oh, wait. What's that? Lauren Jones. I was never enough with Robin. It's not enough that Mary's involved. Janelle and Christine have to be involved. It's not enough the OG3 are involved. Cody has to be involved. Her way is always the right way. Yeah, because she has to control everybody. It's a source of control. So she was trying to run it. But here's the other part of it. Because when they were talking about like the money and all that, and you know the crunching the numbers, this is what Janelle had to say with regard to that whole thing. Why is that not working? Hold on. I have to report. Hey, it isn't working. Okay, I'm gonna have to pull it over.
You guys, we're gonna take on these gigantic mortgages, and I'm losing sleep over how the heck are we gonna do this?
I'm losing sleep too, but the only way we're gonna make this work and actually be able to cover these mortgages is if we actually put some energy into the businesses we have.
We can't quit the business we just started already.
I'm not saying quit it. I'm just saying that I need to be doing something else or something. I don't know.
And the whole point is, Janelle, again, she saw the numbers. Janelle saw the numbers, so she's saying that the business itself is not working. It's not doing well. I want to pull away from the business because the business isn't showing a profit. Well, we just started the business. It doesn't matter whether we just started the business. I can't pay my mortgage. I can't pay my bills. I'm not just here by myself. I have kids that I'm responsible for because Cody's not taking responsibility for none of these kids. Cody's only taking responsibility for Cody. Cody's sitting there pretending like he had nothing to do with nobody. So at the end of the day, these women have been trained and indoctrinated to look out for themselves, which makes it funny that later on Cody complains that these women are sitting here only worried about themselves and trying to take power and control for themselves and trying to do things for themselves. I can't believe that they just doing stuff and not checking with me first because you set it up that way. Because they've always had to be in a situation where they had to be concerned about whether their kids were provided for or not. Janelle is taking a position that I have to be concerned about what's going on in my household. I have a mortgage in my name. And in this case, Janelle being in the house in Vegas has the mortgage in her name, just her name, by herself. So if she loses her house, she loses her house. She don't lose the family house. That's her house. That's her credit. That's her asset. That's her money. That's her monthly mortgage payment and her 401k and everything that she's given up and invested in the family so that they could get into those houses. That's why Janelle is taking a position that she's taken. And it's funny to me that when she says the obvious, that we're not making money, this business is not working. And when she says that, everybody starts attacking her like she just jumped up and said something about Cody mama or something. It's insane to me. This is crazy shit ever. It's not working. How dare you say the obvious? Don't say that. It's like you don't believe in us or something. It's not whether I believe in you or not. The business isn't working. The customers don't believe in you because they're not showing up. But they'll come. I mean, Anna said, I'm surprised they sold that many. Fans. I'm telling you, it was the fans did it. Or you just caught people who were probably, and see, here's the thing. Story time. When I was a young guy in college, right, I worked since I was a kid. Like, I worked in my grandfather's stores and all kinds of stuff. But when I was in college, I worked for a guy, and I learned about, and I was selling like what they call Oriental rugs or hand knotted rugs, handcrafted rugs. And when I was learning this as a salesman, the manager owner, we call him manager owner, he was really the owner. When the owner would talk to me about it, he would say, "Look, James, where we are, if somebody walks into the store, if say when somebody walks into the store, they're showing interest in the products that we have. So there's a possibility that you can make a sale right off the rip. That's how you know that they're interested, because they walked in. Right? Simple enough. That makes sense. The other part of it was, he said that if you have two, usually it came in couples. He said if you have two couples walk into the store at the same time, one couple is, standing there and they're holding bags, and clearly they've been shopping. And the other couple doesn't have bags. Always approach the couple with bags first. Why did he say that? He said the psychology of it is, as a salesperson, the psychology of it is that the hardest dollar to get out of anybody is that first dollar. Once people have already started spending money, it's easier psychologically, it's easier for you just to keep spending money. It's easier for you just to let it go. You figure, you get that paycheck and you look at that paycheck, woo, my bank account look fat as hell, right? You liking them numbers. You get that bank statement, woo, look at that bank book, woo, look at that check account, woo, it's crazy, right? You want to keep it high like that. So you're very hesitant about doing anything to lower that amount. But once you start spending and you go ahead and buy something, you buy one thing, then it's easier for you to buy two things. Then two things, four things. Four things, eight things. 16 things. It's just easier for you to get in the habit of passing that card off. That's also part of the reason why they move from quiet as it's kept. That's also part of the reason why businesses like the idea of moving away from hard cash to electronic funds, like credit cards, debit cards, etc., etc. Why? Because there's a psychological effect when you reach into your pocket, you pull out your wallet or your purse or your knot of money, whatever the case may be, and you hand somebody your money. Versus when you slide your card. You slide your card, nothing happens. But when you hand somebody money, it hurts. You realize what you got and it hurts. Right? So you're less likely, especially when you're looking in your wallet and you came out of the house, you had $5.20s, $100, and you open up your wallet and you considering buying something else, but you look in your wallet, you only got $2.20s or $1.20 left. Yeah, I'm good. I don't need it. How much do I really need that? That's when you start making choices, right? But when you just passing that card off, there ain't nothing to it but to do it. You just passing that card off. And it's the same thing. When somebody comes into the store and they're carrying a bag, as a salesperson, you always approach the person with the bag first, because that person has already started spending money and they're already in that habit. So that's one of the things that we talked about. But when I'm looking at
we're going to take on these gigantic mortgages, and I'm losing sleep over how the heck are we going to do.
I'm losing sleep. Could you imagine sitting there talking to them and telling them that you losing sleep? That you are scared, and what their responses is going to be? I'm scared that I'm losing money. I'm scared I'm not doing well. I'm scared that everything isn't going to be okay. And Cody looks you in the face and be like, I don't know what you're scared about. But here's Robin's response.
Either we're going to sit and put the money into it, we're going to really invest ourselves, time, money, whatever, or we're not. And we need to make this decision. We need to figure it out, because I'm tired of feeling like I'm begging for people to be involved in it when they don't want to be.
I'm tired of begging people to be involved. All right, Audrey. I'm tired of begging people to be involved when they don't want to be involved. I'm tired of begging folks. Who you talking to? You know what I mean? You gotta take some of that bass out your voice. You know what I mean? I know you feeling like you protected because Cody like you. But please don't get it twisted up in there. You're not, and that's the thing too. What's funny to me is that Robin is yelling at Cody or yelling at these ladies like they should. I don't understand why y'all think y'all not gonna participate or something. I built this business. I basically handed it to you, and you gonna sit up here and pretend like you ain't gonna take it? What are you talking about? This is a business that we should all vote to go along with. And the same way they all voted, here's the funny thing about it, because we talked about the gym earlier. The same way they all voted to shoot down the gym idea because it was too much money and it was too much of an expenditure. Oh, we got to spend $20,000 just to get the startup costs, and we'd have to put our name on stuff, and it's too much for the family to try to bear. And if we ain't going to make no money, then we need to not do it because we could be invested in other businesses. And I don't want to take money away from the marketing business that we're involved with. Marketing business, MLM that they're involved with, that's how they're making their money. We don't want to take away from that, so we're not going to do the gym. Janelle basically said, we tried to do Sister Wife's Closet. It is not working. We tried to do it online. We paid to have a guy come out here, set up a website, set up an online store. We're paying for merchandise. We're paying for the designs to be transferred over from Robin's 2-dimensional designs to 3-dimensional designs. So you're paying for that graphic art. You're also going to pay for the development and the prototypes of those products. That you're going to pay for the casting plates for those pieces to be made in. You're paying for the materials. You're paying. We go on to the expos. We're losing money. I'm spending money on gas, lodging, lunches, everything else so that we can get out there, and we're losing money on top of losing money. I don't want to do this anymore. Who you talking to? I set this business up. I need to know if you want to be involved. I don't want to be involved. I have mortgages. I have a mortgage to pay. How unreasonable is that? Like Janelle's sitting there saying, I'm scared to death. I'm trying to figure out how we going to pay these mortgages, and you keep coming to me with a bill. And that's been the whole thing with Robin's entire relationship with these people. She keeps showing up with a bill. Every time they turn around, Robin has a bill in her hand. And she has a new way that they can spend money. She show up with 3 kids. Those are bills. Like, yo, you love your children, and they're awesome. They're bills. Robin is a bill. She's not working anywhere. She's a bill. Then she wants to get married. That's a bill. Then she wants to have like the wedding dress and the formal gowns. And then they not only want to have a wedding dress, they want to have alternate outfits that they're going to wear after the wedding. That's a bill. Then they want to go on an 11-day vacation. That's a bill. Then they want to move to Vegas. That's a bill. Then they want to get 3 separate houses, or four separate houses so they can all live in different places. That's a bill. Then they want to go, you know what I mean? Like every time you turn around, it's a bill. And then she get pregnant again. That's another bill. Then she wants to start her own business. That's a bill. And then here she is still throwing bills out at people and mad that they don't want to pay it. That's it. That's the part that kills me. She's mad because I show up with this bill and you acting like you don't want to pay it. What is your problem? Don't want to pay my bills, my telephone bills, my sister wife closet bills. Like, come on. What are you doing to this family? Like, and it's not like you came into the Rockefellers. You know what I mean? This is the broke Brown family. Like, they trying to figure it out. They're like an average family. We're like average people. You know what I mean? They're like everybody else. They're trying to figure it out. They're not Rockefeller. They're not Jeff Bezos' clan. They don't have money just falling out of the place. I'd have told her, look, that money tree we used to have, that bitch burnt down. Okay? Cody cut it down because that's what Cody do. He just went out back and cut down the money tree. That's insanity. It's insanity. And it's insulting. Like, it's the most insulting thing ever. But here's something that Robin, and I took it a little bit out of order, but here's something that Robin had put into place, and she wanted to talk about the volunteerism of the Brown family and making sure everybody is involved. Let's take a listen to this real quick. Oops. Let me put this
Either
up
we're
first.
going to sit and put the money into it. We're going to really invest ourselves time.
Every time that I've tried selling the jewelry, I get awkward.
I'm not talking necessarily about you selling jewelry, Cody. I mean, anyway.
What do you need me to do?
I just need you to support the situation.
So selling jewelry.
I just need you to support the situation. basically when she says she needed Cody to support the situation, shit.
Every time that I've tried selling the jewelry.
Let me take that off because it'll just click right on when I click to the thing to try to play something else. Sorry for this, guys, but it's so crazy. Part of the thing that she's trying to do is she doesn't want to enlist Cody because she wants his ideas or for him to be a part of it. She's trying to enlist Cody because she needs Cody's enforcement. Cody was going to be the enforcement arm of forcing the wives to do what she wanted them to do. Because she wants to control these women. You know, these strong, independent women who are supposed to be selling strong woman jewelry. That's the craziest part about it, too. Is it that I want you guys selling strong woman jewelry as I'm sitting here trying to control you. I don't know. It's insane. Let me see. Oh, my Robin's t-shirt. Jasmine said, I had to rewind the clip twice to see Janelle's face after Robin getting sassy. That's what I'm talking about. Janelle was like, what the? I had to look over my shoulder. Who the hell is this talking to? Who are you talking to? Oh, I'm sorry. You must have me confused with that other mother, because you got me confused with somebody else. You know what I'm saying? Oh, you out your mind. There's a couple times where Robin snap out. I'm like, she dealing with the right folk. She dealt with 100%. She dealt with the right folks. Cause there's some people who would have tore her sleeves off. That whole house would have got ruined. They were like, we are not having sister wife meetings in my house no more. Cause this one start talking out our mind, and then this one can't control herself, can't keep her hands to herself. Want to tackle everybody. Like, nope. You try to get people to catch cases up in there. That's what that is. Yep. The Bronze Empress said, get the OG3 in line. That's what that was supposed to be. Well, what do you want me to do about it? I want you to, Cody, you know we be talking about. You know what I told you to do. Like, that's up there with that sacred covenant that I made to you. That's that shit. You know, when we sitting in a boudoir talking that crap about these three women, you know what I told you I want you to do. I want you to take control of them and tell each one of them they better start showing up to these meetings, start showing up to these events with a big old smile on their face. They better show up with that Kool-Aid smile on their face. That grin, that crazy ass grin. Like they happy to be there. And they better start giving me their checks. They better start stroking some checks out. Robin coming at her like she the boss. But she don't know you about to get fired. You about to get fired up in this piece. All right, Tiffany. Thanks for hanging out. We'll just hit a couple more points. Oh, man. Let me see this. What is this? Run with the clackback. Oh, yeah. Oh. Because here was... So, after... We'll just jump right into the whole Vegas exploit. After they went through the thing. So, we'll keep in mind. They had the Sister Wife's Closet online store that they rolled out. Then they had the expo that they did in St. George. Now, the whole expo in St. George, they sold 19 pieces, made $500 profit. Now, after that happened, they started saying that the reason why the St. George expo didn't go well is because it was St. George is full of polygamous bigots, and they just hate people who are part of polygamous family because they all just ridiculously prejudiced against anybody who is part of a polygamous sect or group because of Warren Jeffs. Now, the funny thing about that is this, and I actually wanted to do a video series. I'll probably start it after I do the whole Sister Wife Closet thing. Next week, I'm going to have everything a little more organized, I promise. But the funny thing is that when they blamed the failure of the St. George debacle, Expo, He said that St. George was a failure because of the bigots there. They said that the reason why, Robin, when I was in high school, they were talking about Warren Jeffs and how his polygamous group was doing all this stuff and how he had been arrested. The funny thing is, Sister Wives, as a reference, Sister Wives show started in 2010. Warren Jeffs was arrested. A warrant was issued and he was arrested in 2006. That was 4 years before Sister Wives, the TV show, aired on TLC. You weren't in high school, Robin. When Warren Jeffs got in trouble and he was doing all the craziness, you weren't in high school. They weren't pulling you aside talking about the Warren Jeffs group when you were in high school. They might have been talking about the Warren Jeffs group, but they certainly weren't talking about Warren Jeffs going to jail because he wasn't arrested until 2006, and you were not in high school in 2006, baby girl. It's not a thing. So that was funny to me as well. Like, the reason why our business didn't work is because of Warren Jeffs. Warren Jeffs had nothing to do with Joe. It was your jewelry. It was your merchandise. Can you see me now? Can you see me now? Had a black screen. The black screen of death. These Kremlins is coming in for my ass. Coming for my ass. That's all right. Oh, wait. That's the wrong one. But here is Robin Club. Oh, yeah. That didn't work at all. But here's what I wanted to talk about with regard to the next expo. Oh, that's why it didn't work. That'll do it. We talk about the next expo. We're talking about the Vegas report. Exactly what happened. Cody, Kremlin's in the house. What's this? Yeah, Donna Miller. Warren still runs that group from jail, supposedly, too. Yeah, because these guys are nuts. That's why, They like mobsters. Like, these guys are like mobsters. There was because that's what I wanted to talk about. Just give you a little preview, because I like to give you a little taste, a little teaser. When I talk about this, especially the Sister Wife's influence on polygamy, that's basically what the series is going to be. When I talk about it, one of the people that keeps getting brought up is Warren Jeffs. Warren Jeffs. They think we're Warren Jeffs. Warren Jeffs is the one everybody know about. He's the one everybody talk about. They think we're Warren Jeffs. That's why nobody liked polygamy, because of Warren Jeffs. The truth of the matter is that there was a group of folks who had way more influence on the people in Utah, the people in Texas, the people in Mexico. Way more influence on Mormons and their positions on polygamy than Warren Jeffs. And even the Kingston groups, and those guys are, crazy. They cray. The AUB and a lot of them guys, they'll marry their cousins. The Kingston group will marry their siblings. You know what I'm saying? Brothers and sisters ain't too far out. How good your sister kiss? Like that's weird. But there was a group that was was far more violent in the approach, and they put their mark on it, and they're noted in a documentary that's called Daughters of the Cult. And when you talk about violence, this is where you have Christine is related to, I think it's one of her uncles, a guy named Ervil, kills Christine's grandfather, the guy who was in charge of the AUB who got murdered. Her uncle killed her damn grandfather. And his kids, he was arrested. He killed a whole bunch of people. Then his kids took over the church after he was in jail, and he's still sending out orders from jail. His kids take over, and they start killing folk. Right? And so when you talk about people being afraid and people being concerned about polygamy, it's not just the Warren Jeffs group that they're concerned about. So that's just something to keep in mind. But we'll talk about that like in the next one that I do. Tanya Johnson in the house with $2 super chat. Robin is a mean girl. Cody is her muscle. Cody, that hairstyle. That's the Cody, the fifth wife. Cody's a mean girl. The mean girl muscle. That's awesome. But yeah, just to round this out. When I talk about like the Vegas trip or the Vegas experiment, or the Vegas experiment, the Vegas Expo. Because remember, they did the Sister Wife online, failed. They did the Sister Wife at the Expo at St. George. Oh, that failed because of Warren Jeffs. So then they do a Sister Wife in Vegas. You know, one of the most welcoming towns. I mean, the town is called Sin City, for goodness sake. So you clearly, they don't have a problem with polygamy. You know what I mean? If anything, that's the state national bird. Like, that's the state bird, polygamist. The polygamist Cocker Spaniel. You know, so, Cocker Spaniel, wow. All right, so we'll do the Vegas thing. Let's check this out.
Today we're actually going to do another one here in Las Vegas, Christmas Craft Gift Expo. And hopefully it'll be a lot better.
Huh.
It's dead. It's like, it's crazy how not busy it is. I'm done with expos. This is my last expo. No. This is depressing.
It's all over.
Yep.
How did we do?
18 altogether. That's our lowest number, and ever. All 3 sales, all 3 expos.
And that's what I wanted to hear. What did she say? 18? 18 pieces. The lowest of all the sales. The lowest of all the sales. They sold 19 in St. George, the place where the bigots go to Rome. They sold 19 in the place where apparently they just hate polygamists because they know about polygamists. They all LSD and LCD. What is it? Church of Latter-day Saints. LDS. Oh, damn. What did I say? LCD. They TVs out there. They all TVs. It's a crazy night. My whole setup is just wrong tonight. It's just wrong. And I don't care. We're going to work through it. So they're all LDS. They're all LDS people out there. They don't like polygamists. That's why they only sold 19 pieces. They get out to Vegas. Hometown, home turf. They got people around them. Why don't y'all come down and buy some of my sister wife stuff? I know you be telling all the people at the meetings that you go through the network marketing meetings that you go to about your sister wife stuff. Why don't y'all come down and you can see my merchandise and you can buy the stuff? None of them showed up. Or if they did show up, they shook hands and, oh, you guys out here, look at that. Okay, I'll see y'all there. I'll see you. And they just kept it pushing.
Today we're actually going to do another one here.
I'll make sure that's off. Because that's what, it's going to be messed up. So, they did that. Now, I want to keep in mind, they said 19 pieces sold on the first expo when they were in St. George. 18 at $500 profit. 18 pieces sold. So they sold one less piece in Vegas. Let's check this out. Y'all not gonna believe this shit. Wait, Vegas Expo.
All right, so how'd we do over the weekend?
Well, basically, I thought we sold 18, we sold 19, so that was good. After 2 days of work and paying all of our bills, even the jewelry, we have $736.
$736 in profit? In actual profit?
Do we have to minus the cost of jewelry?
No, I minused out the cost of the jewelry, I minused out everything that I could think of.
Are you able to cover the expenses for the business now from the profit from what you're selling?
Now, first things first. When you ask me about the $2 million, this is part of the reason why I said what I said when it came to that $2 million. This is part of the reason why I said what I said. $2 million. They said, first expo, what I say, they sold 19 pieces, $500 profit. the Las Vegas Expo, they sold 18 pieces. $736 profit. That math don't math. Now, I'm not no math genius. I'm not saying I'm a mathematician. I'm not an aristocrat. I'm not an accountant. Okay? But I do know that 19 is greater than 18. And it doesn't make sense to me that you could sell 19 pieces and get $500 profit. But then you sell 18 pieces and you get $736 profit. So if that's the case, I don't know why y'all trying to sell more. Because apparently you only need, instead of trying to sell 120 pieces, you only need to sell about 5 to make your money. Yeah, because if your money goes up with the fewer pieces you sell, you need to try to sell only 1 or 2 pieces. We sold 1 piece. Yes, we're going to retire. It's insane. It's insane. What's this, the order? LSD. Yeah, right? I know I messed that up. I'm at that LSD church. Everybody has a vision up in that piece. Follow him. You up there taking your communion or whatever. It's not even them wafers. They give you like little pills and tablets. Follow him. And Donna Miller said Robin made less than $200 at best, if that, because you still have to. And the weird part is, and this is where like the multi-level marketing stuff starts messing with your mind and start messing you up, because with those type of numbers, if you were doing like a multi-level marketing, like you were having an Avon meeting and a bunch of people showed up, you might be excited, especially when you early on. You might be excited because you just trying to sign people up, get names and all that stuff. And you don't really care about how much you sell, because the MLM is not about selling or moving merchandise. It's about the network. It's not about the marketing. It's not about the merchandise. So from that respect, they don't care. If they were doing their little LuLaRoe, or they were doing Vima or whatever, Plexus, and they sold $500 worth of stuff or $700 worth of stuff, that might be a successful day. But if you were like behind them, they even in the previous place in St. George, they were like, oh, they put us in the back. They put them next to the food. There was a lady selling Mama's tamales, and there was another place that was over there selling food. If they put you near the food, that's one of the best places to be at an expo, because people might not walk around everywhere, but they'll hit them food counters. You know what I mean? Especially if they're there all day. The concession stands, the best place to be would be, in my mind, would be next to one of them concession stands, because more people would see your stuff, hands down. Yep. I hate Mortons. Nail me head. Janelle said they had to sell 120 pieces. They sold 19. Robin quit trying to make it seem like it wasn't a bust. It was a bust. That shit was terrible. That's a nightmare. If you're supposed to sell 120 pieces to make your money. Like, cause she wasn't even like, they said you have to sell 120 pieces to make a profit. They have to sell 100 pieces in order for them just to even a day out with the money that they put out. They sold 19. That shit is a loser all the way around. Like, that's insane. Like, oh man, in order for us to make money on this gig, we rented out a theater. The theater seats 1,000 people. How many tickets you sold? 10. Shit! We just lost our shirts. It's insanity, man. It's insanity. Now here's my the part again. This is one of the moments where I look at it and I say, This is one of them points where, oh wait, hold on. Just scrapping. 999 super chat. No message, just the love. Thank you, Just Scrapping. I appreciate you. Holding the plan down. Doing my best. Dance as fast as I can. But this is one of the moments where I was like, this is where Robin develops a problem with one of the wives. Watch this shit.
All right, so how'd we do over the weekend?
Not that part. That's not what I wanted you to watch at all. That's not what I wanted you to watch. Here's what I want you to watch.
I realized when I went home Friday night that I'm spending a lot of time on something that's not making me any money. I can no longer invest this kind of time in this business. I have got to disengage.
Mm-hmm.
That's weird that you say that, Janelle, because I look at it as that we're making money for us.
I know. And I know, but I'm just saying there will never be enough money to draw an income to pay the light bill at home.
How do you know that?
Well, maybe, but I'm just saying that I've got to change my role.
Them two motherfuckers. Look, we're about to go French. All right, it's time. It's time to go French up in this bitch. Look, Janelle's like, I have to pull back from this because we aren't making any money. Now, when I talk about the 19 pieces sold $500, you know who came up with that number? Janelle came up with that number because Janelle asked for the numbers. Janelle ran the numbers. That's why she came up with the $500. You notice that's one of the things I forgot to mention and neglected to mention earlier. 18 pieces, those were Robin's numbers. She was doing the reports. This chick can't count. We know she can't count when they was doing Coyote Pass. We know that they got a problem with numbers. 1 + 1 is too much for them. They don't understand how that shit works. Okay, so when she looks at the 18 pieces and the math is too high, all of a sudden it's 720. And so when she's sitting there saying, look, I got to disengage. I got to pull out. This shit is not enough. This is the second expo. This is the third time we pushed this business out. We've given it the best run we can. It's not making any money. It's over. We need to figure something out because we got bills to pay. Next month, I'm going to get a bill in the mail that says mortgage, and I have to give them money back. Not promises. And I can't call them up and say, hey guys, we getting ready to do some stuff for this business, and our business about to take off, y'all, because we gonna be number one because we on TV. They don't give a shit. You know what they want? They care about them X's and O's. They care about them ones and zeros. That's what they care about at the mortgage company. So I gotta call them up and I gotta be able to stroke them a check out. And if I can't do that, I'm going to get put out of my house, and I'm not going to displace my kids, Cody. And when she says that, Robin looks at her and says, Janelle, when you said our money, your money, it's not our money, it's everybody. I don't give a shit. There ain't no money. There's no money coming in. What are you talking about? You keep saying it like it's a choice, like there's something different going on. You saying it like we have all this money, and no, Janelle, it's not your money or my money, it's our money. There is no money. That's the problem. That's why I'm out. That's why I'm done. And then Cody, as soon as Janelle is talking, if you notice, Cody looks over at Robin, sees that Robin's all upset, and she's hurt. I feel we just would. So Cody wants to defend Robin. And if it was any one of them other women, and this was their business, if this was Christine's closet, Janelle's jacket, or Mary's, Mary's Madness of stores or whatever the hell it is. If it was any one of these other women's businesses, Cody would have pulled out quick as hell. He wouldn't even thought twice about this business. The second, he wouldn't have put the money out for them to try to open up a web business. He wouldn't have. Because there's so many people have said on this live. If they would have put a cookbook out, had Christine draw and craft up a cookbook, put a picture on the front, all Christine's sister wife recipes, that cookbook would have sold out. They wouldn't have been able to print enough copies of that bullshit. And they would have sold the hell out of that book. They sold it for $20 a copy. Christine would have paid her house off. But because it's Robin's stuff, you can't criticize Robin. You can't say nothing about Robin. You can't even tell Robin that you don't want to play in Robin's backyard. And you don't want to play Robin's game? I'm going to yell at you and talk to you like, how you going to say that? Because I can count, motherfucker. That's how I'm going to say that. Pardon my French. That's why I'm gonna say that. I can count. We aren't making. You know what, Cody? You can grasp this. You know how much money we making on Sister Wife Closet? Zero. Now I know it can get difficult because we're starting to get into negative numbers, and maybe you don't understand the relationship there. But let's just go ahead and call that zero. We're making no money. Okay. So if it goes negative, we'll just say it's no money. We're not making anything off Sister Wife Closet. I need to find something else. There's nothing wrong with Janelle saying that. And if she didn't want to participate in it, why don't you make it successful? If it's already going to be a success, why don't you make it successful and then say, Janelle, it's successful. Quit your job. Come join me. If you have a partner, let me hit up Ada Doom real quick. I love that name, Ada Doom. That's awesome. $1.99 super chat. With the super thanks, holla at your boy. Thank you for the support, Ada. Love the name. That's awesome. Ada Doom in the house. I didn't even see you earlier. But that's crazy to me. Like that shit. Again, there's so much stuff. If I was sitting there, and this is a business meeting, I get it. It's a business meeting. It's not personal. Like this ain't the point where you sit on Christine's porch and Robin look over there, and Snagglepuss look over there and call you a liar to your face. That's something different. But this is business. And when it comes to business, you have to sometimes remove your personal feelings, your emotions, etc., out of the whole thing. So I got flags, Rachel. Got flags up there. Let the guy flag up to Alina. Oh, man. But when it comes to business, there's two things people say. You shouldn't do business with your friends or your family because they won't be your friends or family for long. Because of shit like this. Because nobody else in the world would tolerate this type of behavior or this type of responses. We have a business venture. The business isn't making any more money. How you going to say that the business ain't going to do good? Because the business isn't doing good. It's not making any money. We're spending more money and we keep blowing good money after bad money. Keep making excuses on why things aren't working, but things aren't working. We have to readjust and refit everything. Because clearly, when you have 3 different venues, the first time online, maybe you can make the excuse, well, we deal with an older crowd. They aren't really comfortable with dealing with a lot of electronic stuff. They don't feel comfortable putting a credit card into the computer or, that's just not how they purchase things. People of older generations don't feel comfortable buying things online. Younger generations, they got their damn credit card in their phone. They got their bank account on their phone. They'll tap their phone on the store thing fast as shit. They don't care. So it could be a generational thing. So you look at that, the online store isn't doing well. You say, okay, you know what? We need to do the sister wife stuff. It's not working online. Let's try to do the in-person sales. You go out to St. George First Expo you don't do well. Okay, maybe it is a thing where it's a cultural difference and they don't necessarily appreciate our lifestyle. They put us next to the guy with the ball gag and the domino mask on. You know what I mean? Guy that chaps the pants with no ass in them. Like, maybe, we're the alternate lifestyle corner. Like, so, okay, fine. Maybe it didn't go as well because this is a religious conservative community and, we're over here with the freaks come out at night crowd. And okay, fine. Right? But then you go to Vegas. So now you have 2 totally diametrically opposed groups and populations and your stuff still isn't selling. You have to step back and say, maybe it's not selling because the designs are shit, or the prices are too high, or a combination of both. And you do it that way. But either way, if we're not willing to change anything and we're just going to keep pressing forward, then I'm out because we're not going to just start making money because we're determined to do it and we're going to think positive. It's not going to change anything. So Janelle was right. Oh, that's a good point. Every now and again. French. Yeah, why would exactly, Lena? Why would the OG3 want Robin as their boss? They wouldn't. In order for her to be their boss, she would have to start actually making money. They would have signed on. If she would have actually been good, they would have signed on. Lizzie B. Robin was her father. Her stepfather was part of a polygamous sect. I don't know which one it was. I'd have to look it up again. I knew at one point, but I can't think of it off top. If anybody knows, please put it in the chat box. Which sect was Robin Snagglepuss? Which sect was Robin's parents part of? I can't remember it off top. Oh, Live for Love, Ivana in the house. Alyssa, Robin is greedy. She expects them to all do what she wanted and not make any money to pay their bills and drop their goals. And if they made just enough for one wife's bills, bet it'd be hers paid. You're right. This is Robin's business. In fact, that's the one thing I wish I had uploaded. It'll probably be included in the next couple definitely next week when I talk about the capital venture capitalists, because there was one point where they thought they were going to get $2 million. Now all of a sudden Cody's ass is hyper involved. We just had the one where he was like, I don't know why I'm even here. Why am I even involved? This is stupid. They had the photo shoot. I shouldn't even be in the pictures. Fuck that. But as soon as they started talking about, like, we could get $2 million, somebody write us a $2 million check to do Sister Wives, all of a sudden, I need to be the CEO. I'm the boss. How come I don't ever get to go past stuff? I always got to run shit past y'all. Well, I got to talk to y'all. I can't just spend the money the way I want to. When have I ever been in charge? Right? He had that conversation, and then that same therapy meeting, he looked over and he said, well, what about the CFO, the person in charge of the money? Oh, that's you, Robin. You the one that's going to be in charge of the money. Why? Because, look, Cody, Robin said 18 pieces is worth more than 19 pieces. Why are you putting in charge of the money, genius? This is why you shouldn't be the CEO. Because you're making shitty decisions. If she thinks that 18 is higher than 19, and if you sold 18 pieces, you sold $236 more for selling less pieces. I mean, what did you raise prices in Vegas? Oh, we could sell these for $500. How many did you sell last week? None. We sold 19 pieces last week. I kind of suspect they might have sold less than that. They might have bumped up the numbers, which is awful if you think about it. Like, if you lie and you actually sold like 10 pieces and you're like, we're gonna double that up, gonna go ahead and tell them we sold 19, yo. And, you know what I mean? That's terrible. But the fact that you went so low is even worse. That you had to lie low is insane. But in addition to that, let me just check one more thing before I move on. Make sure I got the right thing. Oh, yeah. I totally messed that up. But there was one point where they went to the Vegas Expo. So they did online. That didn't work. They went to St. George. That didn't work. Expo. They went to the Vegas Expo, Sin City. That didn't work. So they said to themselves, we need to try one more business venture. One more business venture for Sister Wives Closet. And this will be the last one. There's actual tactile business. They went to a place called Guilt. Hold on, I'll show you the picture. The picture. No, not Vegas Expo. Here we go, Guilt. And this is a store that was actually inside of one of the casinos, right? So this is one of them, like when you go in a casino, they have like a big mermaid thing and a mermaid swimming around looking all sexy and fine and stuff, like ooh, sexy mermaids. And then you go over to the store and buy souvenirs and stuff. And they, the Sister Wives, of course, they try to be super conservative, hyper conservative. So you see the mermaids swimming around in the pond or the big tank that they have in the middle of the thing. And they're wearing bikinis. And they're like, oh, this is too risque. And I don't know. I got to make decisions for myself because it's in a casino. And I don't necessarily want to be trying to sell in no casino because that could be hypocritical for who I am and what I stand for. You are trying to make money. You have to go where your customers are. You have to go where your customers are. So if your customers in a casino, guess what? Y'all sell them in a casino. Let's see. Rochelle J. Simon never lived or was raised as a plague. Dad, yes. $2 super chat. Well, yeah, her mom was kind of like the other woman. They called themselves polygamous, but they didn't really associate with the other families. So she's kind of in it, but removed. She's like one person removed. But thank you for the super chat, Michelle J. in the house. But here's the thing. Let's go down to the guilt clips, because I think that this is kind of interesting. Is they're trying to get into this whole store, these storefronts, what they have to say with regard to them being in the storefront. This is what because anybody who they're dealing with, and here's the funny thing about it, and we'll even talk about it next week, especially with the MLM stuff. The venture capitalists, how do they know them? Because they're part of they too participate in the multi-level marketing business with Mary and Robin and them, with Mary and Cody. They participate in the marketing business. The guy that came out and did the online stuff for them, he's also in the MLM. The set up their website, he's in the MLM. The guy who helped them with their business as far as doing their business presentation, and we'll talk about next week, he's in the MLM with them. So they're all tied in it together. And these two individuals that I'll show you in a moment, they're also tied into the network marketing business with the sister wives. And that's how, they're our friends and business associates. That's the business they're talking about. Ain't it doing with the $1.99 super chat? Try to say to themselves, self? They said themselves, self? I know, I say it all the time. Thank you for the super chat. Ain't it doing in the house? Lizzie B. The CEO's position is more than just taking credit when things go well. This is true. It's also about taking responsibility when things go bad. That's right. And 9 times out of 10, you are the one, because you're the one that gets fired when shit go bad. Even when it's not your fault. Thank you for the $5 super chat, Lizzie. Appreciate that. You're absolutely right. When things go bad, you're the one. Everybody takes credit for their little part. So when the vice president shit go good, the vice president put on his resume that I was a part of that. I helped with the master plan and I was in all the meetings, blah, blah, blah. And all the vice presidents will say that. Anybody in executive suites will say that. Hell, technically the janitor will be like, I was part of it. But when the stuff start going bad and the lawsuits start getting filed, that blame list gets short as hell. That line gets short as hell. And ultimately, it's the responsibility of the CEO. The CEO's job is also to know what everybody else's job is. And Cody he didn't even understand what the CFO really does. The CFO is supposed to keep track. They're not in charge of how the money is spent. They keep track of where the money goes and what allocations each one of the departments is supposed to have. They want to make sure that bill of lading is getting paid. They want to make sure bills are getting paid. They want to make sure that the business is in financially strong position. That's what the CFO does. They don't decide or set up directions or how things are going to work within the business. Technically, even the operations, that would be the COO, Chief Operations Officer, who would be what Robin does. Making sure the day-to-day of the business is going well and working. Cody could set we're going to try to go online. We're going to try to open up new ventures. That could be Cody, He's like, I'm going to buy a Rolls Royce. That'll be Cody's executive decision. I'm buying a Rolls Royce. But Cody, we got to pay our bills. I want a Rolls Royce. But here's the thing. When they get to the guilt, right, and they're about to go in there, they do this whole thing where, they're excited and they're pretending like, yeah, we're about to expand out into all the casinos and all these shops and stuff, souvenir shops. But this is what the representative had to say to the manager of Guilt when she was standing there talking to her.
First of all, I just wanted to say thank you on behalf of our friends and clients, the Browns, for giving them a chance even to come in here to the Silverton with their beautiful product. Because, you know, frankly, we've been getting a lot of
trouble
really
getting this product into other casinos.
A lot of doors have been shut in our face because they're polygamists.
Right.
You see how mad Cody was? Don't be telling them that. I get it, though. He's kind of right. Don't tell them that we haven't been able to get into places. I want to thank you guys for letting us in. Whew. Because nobody else wants us. Here's a secret to the sauce. Nobody wants nobody that nobody wants. Nobody wants somebody that nobody wants. That's what it is. Nobody wants somebody that nobody wants. Like, if you are a lonely person and you tell people you go out on dates. I was watching 90 Day Fiance. I got to do some more videos on that. That's fun. And I'm going to be doing some, I got hooked on, y'all. Okay, I'll talk about that in a minute. I almost got sidetracked. Watching some of the 90 Day stuff, everybody does the sad sack stuff. Like, oh, I had such a bad time. There was one guy, he got catfished by a fella in Dominican Republic. Came out, said he was a woman, and he had like a 4-year relationship with this woman who was catfishing. Turns out to be a guy who was catfishing him from Dominican Republic. And he meets some women in New Orleans as they say, in New Orleans, Louisiana. He met these women and he's like, yeah, I was in a relationship with a man for 4 years. These women don't want to hear that shit. This is the first time I've been on a date with a woman. These women don't want to hear that. Don't a woman want to go out with a guy that nobody want to go on a date with? So it's the same thing with Cody. They're telling them about these business opportunities with these folks. Yeah, you can sign up. Thanks for letting me come into your store and bring my junk into your store and sell it in here. And everybody, and the guy, thank you, because nobody wanted us in there. Oh, really? First time I heard that. And they went outside and he did like a little confessional where they gave a little bit more information about it. And this is what they had to say.
I just wanted to say thank you on behalf of...
Not that one, because that would be the wrong thing. This is what they had to say, because they were talking to the, I think some of the middle management people were like, we are talking about the Brown families from TLC. They could come into your store. And again, this is Cody selling his appearances on TLC. And we could come into your store and we could sell the appearance or bring you onto the show. And you could get advertisement for your casino or whatever by being on our show if you let us put up a little rack in your store. And I think that's what he did in this particular case. And this is what they've been trying to sell people. And some people were biting, but then the bosses got involved and they got no buenos. So let's check it out. Here it is.
So middle management gets very excited when we talk to them about the Brown family and the new jewelry lines that they have. Even when they find out that the Brown family is a plural family with 4 wives, that seems to be okay. I mean, this is Vegas. But then when middle management takes that concept up the corporate ladder, we've been getting a lot of doors shut in our face.
I know why, but I wanted to hear it. They don't want to offend their customers.
Yeah, imagine that. Businesses who actually care about their customers. Businesses who actually care about their customers. We don't want to offend our customers. Well, we're Sin City. We got all kinds of stuff in Vegas. You can't tell me that you don't want to offend your customers. Yes, they're concerned about offending their customers. Because they're businesses too. And no matter what you say, like, and this is kind of one of the weird things, because I get it. I'm a YouTuber and I'll do some other things which requires freedom of speech. There's always like a concern about cancel culture. Like, oh, you're going to get canceled. You're going to get canceled. Here's the thing. I can come out tomorrow, get on this, pop my camera on, hit YouTube, go live stream, and I can say the craziest stuff ever. I can go crazy, just say a bunch of crazy offensive stuff. I'm free to do that. I'm free to do it. I can do whatever I want to do. Nobody is going to show up to my house and arrest me because I said something, unless you say something like, you'd have to say something like dangerous crazy. But as long as I just say something offensive, no, people just, they're offended. Now, here's the thing. Cancel culture. You can get canceled. When you get canceled, all that would really happen, we have to understand, I won't be able to go on YouTube and say it. You know why? Because YouTube is a business. And YouTube cares about their customers. And they care about being able to advertise and sell usage of their videos to people who want to have access to YouTube's customers. People who watch their videos. When I watch YouTube, they have videos and stuff. Some stuff I'm interested in, some stuff I'm not. Clicking off ads, whatever. YouTube looks at it like if we have somebody who's crazy offensive and says a bunch of crazy offensive stuff, we get associated with that person. People don't want to advertise on our business platform, on our platforms anymore. We don't make money. So it's not about my freedom of speech. It's about their ability to make money and their profitability. Now, I could walk out of my house and I could say a bunch of crazy stuff on the corner and through a bullhorn. Or I can get a microphone and go stand in the park somewhere and say all kinds of crazy stuff. I'm not going to be arrested. Maybe noise pollution or something. But I'm not going to be arrested for what I say. And that's one of the things. Like the Brown family can be married and they can do whatever they want. But that doesn't mean that Caesars or one of the big, the Bellagio has to go along with it. Hell, if I said I want to do a singing thing, I want to be a singer, I want to be a comedian, or I want to do a one-man show, and Bellagio has to put me on their main stage because I want to go down there and perform, and if they don't, that's a violation of my freedom of speech. That's a First Amendment issue. No, it's not. They don't owe me that. And when it comes to being in business with the Brown family, the casinos don't owe the Brown family a platform. YouTube doesn't owe me a platform. YouTube could call me up tomorrow and say, James, you are no longer allowed to stream on our service anymore, and there's nothing I could do about it. Except for maybe go to Twitch or some, wherever Discord, whatever the YouTube outcasts go. Right? That's all I will be able to do. It's not fair. You guys cancel me. Nobody gives a shit. People ain't gonna stop watching because James ain't on it no more. Nobody's gonna not go to the Bellagio because they didn't want to sell sister wife ugly ass jewelry. So like the guy's offense, I get it, but it's overplayed. Like the victimhood card is overplayed. Like okay, they don't want to do business with you. They might have looked at your pieces and said, we don't want to sell that junk. It's not, it might, I know what it is. Thank you, Lizzie B. Said, we'll follow you, James. Awesome. I appreciate you. Some of you will, some of you be like, who? James who? My take on kicked off of YouTube. That's what took me so long doing this, because my stuff was like crazy. I was like, yo, kick my ass clean off. But, yeah, actually, I might do a Patreon page. I'm setting that up so I can do some memberships. And we can start rolling some folks on. We can run panels. It'll be awesome. Can't wait. See some folks. Talk to some people. We have full conversations. But that's kind of the weird thing about it. Because they overplayed the whole idea that the reason why the Sister Wives wasn't successful was because everybody is a bigot against polygamy. No, it's not. Look, I'm a black guy. For those who don't know, surprise! But there are people, believe it or not, who don't like me because they just don't like me. It's not always, they don't like me because I'm a this or I'm a that. I'm tall. They don't like tall guys. They have something against tall people. Everybody around here is short. They all 5'6", 5'8". They all think I'm too tall or whatever. They call me a freak. No. Some people just look at you and they think you're an asshole. Some people look at the sister wife jewelry and be like, there's no way in the world we're going to be able to sell this. I don't want this in... When you're dealing with a store, no store wants to have merchandise in their store that isn't selling. Because every place in stores, they call them POS. In most places, if you guys ever work for corporations, hell, if you ever work retail, they have every shelf in a store. When you go into a Walmart, Target, Best Buy, you go into a Nordstrom Rack. Hell, you walk into Gucci. Every place in that store, the setup that they have, I forget what they call it, mods or whatever, all the setups have specific places. Now, if you have a variety of products, like for instance, if you have Coke, Pepsi, Sprite, Mountain Dew, whatever the case may be, whatever soda or pop, as they say in different parts of the country, if you have soft drinks, if you have those positions, those companies pay for those positions in those aisles. When you go into a supermarket and you see Coke or Pepsi, they'll be at the front of the aisles. 9 times out of 10, they're right in the front of the aisles on either one of the sides. They pay for those positions. On the top racks, they pay for those positions. When you walk further in, you'll get like the Coke, Sprite, whatever. And you move down, and all of a sudden you get the Fanta. Then you get to the store brands or whatever. No frills. The reason why they're not at the front of the aisle because they can't afford it. And Coke and Pepsi are paying for those positions, point of sale positions. They pay for those. They negotiate those in their contracts when they agree to sell their product. And in some cases, because they're popular products, they might pay less. Coke may pay less than Canada. Well, Canada Dry's part is a subsidiary, but may pay less than one of the other colas or whatever. It just is what it is. So with all the places in these stores, every place and position in that store is a valuable commodity in that store. So they don't want to just give it away to a company or a business just because they're nice people. They want to make sure that every place in that store that they are going to try to sell merchandise has merchandise that is making them money. And when they get a sample of the sister wife jewelry and they look at their buyers, look at it, they say, ain't no way in the world our customers are going to buy this shit. Okay, then we're not selling it. And that's probably why they were struggling to get it. It had nothing. I don't think it had anything to do with polygamy. Because like the guy said, this is Las Vegas. We're Sin City. They're upset because a guy has 4 wives. I mean, you could go down the strip and see every body part on a human being naked and in full display in Las Vegas. Right? They don't have a problem with your orientation in Vegas. I'm sure they don't. It's your product. Jennifer with the $9.99 super chat. Salute. Thank you so much. No way somebody exists who doesn't like you, James. Oh, there are people. Thank you for the super chat and a compliment, but oh, trust me, there are people who don't like James. You know what? And I'm fine with it. Because push them down and shove. Here's the thing. And here's what I learned. Story time. If you're nice, there are going to be people who don't like you because you're nice. You know what I mean? Hey, look at this mom. He always so nice. Every time you say, yeah, please, thank you. Open up doors. Well, if he's sitting on the bus and somebody elderly get on the bus or a lady get on the bus, somebody with children get on the bus, he get up out of his seat. Who did he think he is? You know what I mean? I remember one time I worked a job. Again, story time. I was working a job, right? And it was for a company. It was an in-house job. I'm working this job. And I'm there. I come from a place, we worked a lot of overtime, right? Overtime just is a thing. Like that, you would work, on average, you would work 60 hours. Like a 60-hour work week. That was on average, right? And I was one of them people, I would work, go in crazy early. Like sometimes I would get into the office about 6 o'clock in the morning, and I would leave the office at 11:30. Like especially when we were busy. Like I would start early, leave late. There was one guy who would open and close with me. Sometimes we would trade off. Like I come in like 6 o'clock, 6:30, and he'd be there, and then I would leave, and he'd be there. You know what I mean? That kind of stuff. We trade off. And that's how we worked. I get at this new job. I go in, and it's an in-house position, so they have set hours. It's like corporate work, right? So they have set hours. I show up on time, right? And for me, on time, I was crazy late because I would go in way earlier in my other job. And this job I could drive, and the other job I had to catch all kinds of train and all that stuff. Walk. So I'm showing up. I get there. I work my 9 hours, right? And I'm not used to 9 hours. I work my 9 hours. I get a project. Somebody give me an assignment. I get that project. 12 hours. I stayed till, I think, it wasn't even crazy late. I was supposed to get off at 4:30. I think I stayed till like 9 o'clock or something like that. Finished the project right off. Next morning, here's the project. It is finished and complete to perfection. Right? And my boss like, you didn't have to stay. In fact, don't stay. Right? And I went back to my desk. I'm confused. I'm like, what? I finished the project. Y'all gave it to me. She's like, yeah, I wasn't expecting this until later in the week. Oh, okay. All right. Now I know. Thank you. I go sit at my desk. Got my office mate, right? He come over. He turned his head around the door. He said, hey, man, just to let you know, you can't stay late. You don't do that, man. You gonna make it bad for the rest of us. I said, man, it is what it is. I got an assignment. I did the assignment. It's no big deal to me. I don't care. He said, yeah, man, but see, if you do that, you work overtime, they might not pay you. Oh, fuck that. I'm getting paid. I might get fired. I'm going to get my check, though. If I work it, I'm getting paid for it. Believe that shit. You know what I mean? But, you know, people won't be mad at you because you work too hard. They're going to be mad because you're lazy. If you're nice, they're going to be mad because you're too nice. If you're mean, they're going to be mad because you're not mean enough. Like, it's just, you know, so I don't worry about that stuff. But, yeah, thank you. I'm sorry. I kind of went off on a little tangent. But thank you, Jennifer. I appreciate you. But, yeah, he was like, oh, man, you ain't going to get paid. Oh, I'm getting paid. Oh, they gonna pay me the overtime for that. Yeah, I did the job now. Like, let's not get crazy. Let's not talk crazy. I get it. Don't stay late. You guys don't want me to stay late because the boss might get used to it or start liking it, and they expect everybody to stay late. I understand why you're saying what you're saying. Don't play me like I'm dumb and I don't understand. I get why you're saying what you're saying, but please don't play me like I'm dumb. By saying that I'm not going to get paid for staying. That's crazy. Hey, it's me, Grammy. What's happening in the house? $5 super chat. Thank you so much. What's going on? Missed all you back home. Family members fine. Awesome. Absolutely no way anyone cannot like James. Oh, thank you so much. Especially with the pink-like accents. Love this group. Yeah, right? Gotta have it fired up. Well, technically it's supposed to be purple, but you know how that go. Like I had a purple shirt on, like I'm celebrating purple shirt for mental awareness, I think it was. It was like, who you sitting there with that blue shirt on? My camera does no justice. I might have to get a better camera. That might be my next investment. But thank you, Grammy. It's good to see you. I'm glad everybody is doing well. Hopefully you're doing well. Thank you. Welcome back. Rachel, that is so damn true. The reward for working hard is more work eventually. Yeah. James from Union League. Yeah, man. That's the truth. Because as soon as they figure out you're a worker, they be like, oh, he likes staying late. Hey, James, you know what? Now that I think about it, here's the ironic part about it. I wound up getting because it wasn't direct. I won't say it's directly because of that, but it is kind of funny now that you say that and some things start clicking. It was shortly after that all of a sudden they had some long-standing projects, like big projects. All of a sudden, out of the big projects that my department was handling, I was doing everybody else had maybe one or two. They had one big project and a couple smaller ones. I was doing like 4 major projects at the same time. Plus, I had smaller stuff that other people weren't doing. Yeah, you're right. You're absolutely right. And my money did not change a stitch. That's the best up part about it. They find out that you will come in and work. They will just start. He likes the taste of that. Put some on his plate. Bow, bow. You know what I mean? It'll be like a barbecue. They just stack your ass up. It's like a picnic. It's horrible. Butterbean is in. James Cody will help you pick out a good camera and take credit for it too. Yeah, right. I did that until the camera breaks down, and they're like, "I never told him to pick that camera. I don't know what he's doing." I tell you. Glad to have Grammy back in the house, though. Been missing you, Grammy. I was thinking about you last week. I hadn't seen you in a bit. But, yeah, let me hit this up. Oh, no. Oh, yeah. But I wanted to get... thank you. Oh, man, I did not transfer it. Son of a mama homo. Yeah. All right, well. What's this? Yeah. And that's the thing. I work 60-hour work weeks. It was good for a while, but it got to be a lot. It's a lot. Like, and that's the thing too. Like, one of the things that really struck me, story time. One of the things that struck me when I was working hours like that is that while you're working, and this is like not early in my career, but this was like earlier on. Like, this was a few years ago, a while back. But one of the things that I noticed, especially when I was working a lot of those crazy hours, like I said, me and this one dude, we would come in. We would be first ones in the offices, last ones to leave, between me and this dude, right? And it really hit me one day because our offices were across from each other, right? His office was way nicer than mine. He was a big time dude. He was working on trying to be a partner. And I was just trying to get my bills paid. But I walked past his office, right? And I noticed... and I don't even know his name. Like, it's crazy. I don't remember his name. But I walked past his office. And we used to see each other all the time. And I walked past his office. And I noticed that he had 2 young kids. 2 twins. 2 twins. Obviously, he had 2 kids. They were twins. Dirt. You know what I mean? He had 2 twins. Imagine that. But he had twins. And they were young. And I remember thinking to myself, one of the nights I was there, because I was traveling, like I was being sent out to different locations and all kinds of stuff. And I'd be gone for like a month or 2 at a time. And I remember thinking that with him, with those young kids, that, you know, it's insane how often he's here, how late he's here. His kids probably have no idea who he is. Like, when he show up or he get a day off or it's like a holiday or something, the office is closed, they're probably sitting like, who the hell is this, mama? You know? And there's a possibility mama might have been spending time with somebody else. Because, you know, somebody got to keep them coals warm. I'm just saying. Yeah, Grammy, absolutely. You can send me an email. Hell yeah. By all means. Do that. Yeah, so, and then later, to continue the story time. I told this story before. I had a friend, he worked as an administrator for this, this is at the other company I worked at, different company. He worked for this woman who had she had like a big time job. She was a vice president actually at a company. She was one of the vice presidents of the company, executive suites, all that stuff. Nice enough lady. She had 2 kids, a son and a daughter. And these kids wanted for nothing. Like, I remember the son had like he went away to college. She bought him like this I won't even say the car because it's insane. But she bought him an expensive sports car. He went away to college, convertible, the whole 9. He came back home, forgot his key, broke the window to get into the house. Like, he was wilding, right? And him and his sister, because she spent so much time invested in her work, right? Him and his sister didn't really get to spend a lot of time with her, but they wanted for nothing. They had money for days. School was paid for, Ivy League schools, no problem, no student loan debt, none of that stuff. Cars, expensive clothes, everything that they ever wanted. And it was one year, I'll never forget it. They came home, or they called her up for Mother's Day. You know, hey, Mom, happy Mother's Day. They talked to her for a little while on the phone, blah, blah, blah. And she said, okay, that's great. I'll talk to you guys later. And then it wasn't much longer after that. I think it was like the next week. They found like she was talking to the person who used to be the kid's nanny, right? That woman had called the woman who worked at my job, the vice president lady, and said, yeah, it was so nice to see the kids this weekend. It's unfortunate that you were busy and you didn't have an opportunity to see them when they came into town. These kids came from the schools that she was paying for home to spend the night or spend the day with the woman who had raised them as the nanny. Had dinner with her and everything. Spent the whole day with her. Had dinner with her and everything. And then they went back to school. Didn't even tell their mom they was in town. Their mom, when I say she lost her shit, that's how I know about it. She lost her entire shit at work. She lost her shit because she couldn't believe that her kids would come into town and not even think about calling her. But the truth of the matter was, and this was the cold part about it, they didn't really know her because even though she provided everything in the world to them materialistic wise, the woman who took care of them when they fell down, scraped their knee, when they got their heart broke, when they had to go to the dances, when they had to go get dropped off at whatever activity they were participating in or whatever thing that the mom was paying for them to do, you know, music class or whatever the case may be, take them to the dance, pick them up for the dance, help them pick their clothes out, they dresses and stuff. It was her. It wasn't their mom. It was this woman that she was paying to do this. And they developed a bond with that woman. And what that told me was, and it was a reminder to me, that when the time comes and you get ready to die, don't nobody ever be on a deathbed. Never, not once in history has anybody ever been laying on a deathbed and said, you know, I wish I could answer one more email. I wish I could send one more message. Take one more phone call from the job. Nobody has ever said that. Everybody wants more time with their kids or their family, or have one more conversation with the person that they felt like they never had time to talk to because they was too busy with work. That's what they wished for. And so the thing that I learned from that, I won't even say it's even a piece of advice. The thing that I learned from that is never take for granted the time that you have with the people that you care about. Don't let work get in the way of you living. You work so you can live. You don't live to work. You work to get things to provide for you and your family and the people that you care about so that you can provide a lifestyle. But that is not your life. One of the other things, story time, one of the other things that I learned from this type of position was simply this. Because I went through a merger, right? Merger and acquisition. Well, my company was merged or acquired, really, by another company. And I was fortunate enough to get picked up, I guess, working all them hours. I knew where the bodies were buried. So when they merged, we got acquired, they needed somebody who knew the map, somebody who had the map. So I got picked up. But when they came in, it was amazing to me how many people, as I listen to people talk, and especially as you enter into a corporate environment, how many people are defined by their titles? Like, how many people, their whole identity is wrapped up into what they do? So I'm the vice president of such and such. I'm the senior supervisor of da-da-da. I'm the director of XYZ. And that's what they like. They'll tell you their position when they'll hand you their business card before they tell you their name. You know what I mean? Where their office is located. So that way you have an idea of where they are in the company, the hierarchy of the company. It's weird to me. And it's always been weird to me. But when something happens to those positions or to those jobs and they lose their position, all of a sudden it just seems like they're hollowed out because they lost their identity. They have no idea who they are outside the company or outside of this position. You're no longer the vice president of marketing, or you're no longer the vice president of human resources, because the company that acquired your company has made you a redundancy. That's a term that you'll hear if you're ever part of a merger. Redundancy. You don't ever want to be a redundancy. That means that they have two guys and they only need one. And if you're part of the company that's getting bought, then they probably gonna get rid of you. You know what I mean? So that's just the way that works. But yeah, never do that shit. Oh, thank you, Tina Cook. Appreciate that. James, I think you should write a book or read for Audible. Your story time is always insightful and engaging. Thank you so much. I'm glad you guys think so. Sometimes my kids, the eyes glaze over. They just start looking at me. You talk too much, Daddy. But I appreciate you guys. What's this? That's true. I know some don't have the luxury of not having to work or work long hours. This is also true. Well, see, I think that's part of it. Is that when you think about it, let me see, just make sure I have it in context. I don't want to. What does the nanny do? What does the nanny do? Yeah, right. The nanny apparently gets a nice dinner. Let's see. Let's see. James, please don't oversimplify matters and life choices. It's more complicated than that for a lot of people. Well, I'll say this. It's as complicated as your life dictates. So when I say 60 hours, I work 60 hours plus for a long time because there's certain things goals I wanted to achieve and certain things I wanted to do. That was a choice. Okay. Now, when I say it was a choice, as you work to try to put food on the table and you decide what you want to put on your table and where you want your table to be, that's a choice. Now, if you have to work in order for you to provide for your family, you got to do what you got to do. What I'm talking about specifically is when you're making a choice of, do I take my kids to Barbados this week so I'll work 80, 90 hours and take time away from my kids and my family? That is a choice. Because when push comes down to shove, there are some people who are going to struggle. And there's going to be some people who need to work those extra hours, 2 and 3 jobs, 4 jobs, in order for them to make ends meet, for put food on the table. I get that shit. I totally get that. What I'm talking about is when you're making a decision so that you can buy a surplus of things, so that you can have the big vacation. I want to have a vacation where we go away for 2 months or we go away for 3-4 weeks. So in order for me to do that, I work 100 hours a week and I don't spend time at home with my family. Those are also choices. That's not I don't think that's an oversimplification. Sometimes the choices is to have time to live on welfare or to have a good job and still try the best you can to spend quality time with the child that you love. Sometimes the choice is to have time to live on welfare. Wait, what? The choice to live on welfare? Or to have a good job and try. There's nothing wrong with either of those. If you are in a situation where you have to, those positions or those programs are in place to provide for you in cases where you need them. I'm not saying that you should make a choice to say, you know what, I don't want to go to work and welfare will pay for my family. That's not, to me, that's not appropriate. That's not a move. That's not the move. If you need those programs in order for you to put food on your table, if you need food stamps or I don't think they call them food stamps anymore. If you need SNAP, I think it is. If you need SNAP to put food on your table, and don't be ashamed to take that shit and put food on your table. Provide for you and your family and your kids. Do what's necessary for you to take care of your family. Period. Full stop. That's as simple as it gets. If you need to provide, if you want to try to move up and there are certain things that you want to try to do for your children and for your family, then by all means do that. But what I'm saying is that if you're sitting here making a choice that you have to work 90 hours so you can go out and spend, for instance, when we talk about sister wives and we talk about what's going on, we could go all day. We go chapter and verse. I think I'm pretty much done with this portion of the Sister Wife Closet. But when we talk about chapter and verse of sister wives, we could talk about money. Why are they working so each one of them can have separate houses? We gotta have. I have to be in a 4,000 square foot home that I'm renting. No, you don't have to be in a 4,000 square foot home that you're paying $5,000 a month for. When you're trying to build a house and you guys don't have the money. I'm talking about just making better decisions. If you have to take a step back and your decisions are, I need to be able to work so that I can give my kid, my one child, a $3,000 Christmas. And me giving them a $3,000 Christmas requires that I'm away from my family for 60 to 70 hours a week so that I can give them a one day of these crazy prizes or presents. Or every time their birthday comes by, I can give them a $5,000 birthday extravaganza. Then that's a problem. Then that's something that you have to, you got to balance it out for your own self. You know, because that's more or less what I'm talking about. If you have to, by all means, I think that when I give my opinion, just so we're all clear, I'm not going crazy on nobody. I don't give that impression. When I give my opinion, it's just that. You know what I mean? I don't give advice. I'm not giving advice. I'm just giving my observation because I'm just sharing what I've seen on this planet for a long period of time. I've been here for a long time. I worked all kinds of jobs. I worked jobs where I've done bullshit jobs, like crazy bullshit jobs, just dumb, stupid, low-level jobs, what people call low-level jobs. But I had bills to pay. So as long I would do anything that was legal. Okay, I'm not out committing crimes. If I got bills to pay, I remember I had because I've been on top and I've been on bottom. I've been up and I've been knocked down. So I've been in that situation. I've had jobs, I've lost jobs. You know what I mean? So with that being said, if I generate bills, like there was one instance, story time. There was one instance where I came out of college, got a good job. It was a good job out of college. Now looking back on it, I wasn't really making no money. I thought I was making crazy money at the time, but wound up getting out of that job, losing that job. But when I got the job, I took I bought a truck, a Pathfinder, Nissan Pathfinder. It was hot to death, right? I bought a truck. And let me just make sure I got this. Hold on one second. I'm sorry. Okay. Yeah, I got a truck. And I got the truck financed. And my dad had co-signed for me to get the truck. And so I had to pay, I think it was like $479, some $479 or $579, something ridiculous, right? It was way more money than I should have been spending for a damn truck, right? Looking back on it now, this is what I'm saying. This is my experience. I shouldn't have been spending that type of money on a truck without having a down payment and or the money to support me being able to do it, where I could just, if I needed to, just go ahead and pay that truck off. I didn't have it. And this is what I learned. And that's why I do it different now. But I bought that truck. My dad co-signed for the truck. And what I was not going to do was put that bill on my father. Right? Because I signed, it was my truck. He co-signed for me to get this truck. It's in my name, but he would be financially responsible for it. If I missed a payment or whatever, he would either have to make the payment or it affect his credit. So I said, bump that. I took bullshit job after bullshit job. I was counting shit. I was one of the people who would go into the stores or whatever and inventory their stuff. I was counting, like, 1, 2, 3, 2, 4, 8. You know what I mean? I was doing shit like that. I was working 2, 3 jobs to make sure that I made every one of those payments, and every bill I needed to pay, I could pay. If that's what you're doing, do that shit. I get that. I'm with that. Like, do that. But at the same time, what I'm referring to is, when I'm sitting there going to this one job and I'm seeing this guy working crazy hours and he wasn't making, and so we're clear, the guy who worked across the hallway from me, he wasn't struggling, decide between whether he was going to work welfare, be on welfare or get put out of his place. That guy who worked across, not me, him, okay, be very clear, him. We were in the same hallway. We shared office suites. When I say I don't know his name, we were not running in the same circles, Jack. He was making at least 200, maybe closer to, let's say 200,000 up. So he was more likely than not. He might have been making closer to $500,000 a year, at least, right? So when he was working them crazy hours, that shit was a decision. All right, I was working crazy hours because I had stuff to pay for. Right, I had things I needed to do. He was working because he wanted to work. He just wanted to be there. He wasn't home, right? And so that's the kind of decision I'm talking about. Just so we're clear. But I appreciate you. Thanks for calling me on the carpet for that. I appreciate that. There ain't no worries. Thank you for calling me on the carpet for that. You know what I mean? Making sure it's clear, because it can be difficult, and I don't want to make it sound like, oh, don't go to work. Forget the bills. You don't need a place to stay. What you need food for? She said you wanted to lose some weight. That's no. But that's the kind of stuff, and it's those little decisions that I would just encourage people to think about. Like, even when we talk about Sister Wife's Closet, there's nothing wrong with you decide that you want to start a business. Hell, I admire that. I admire the industrious nature of an entrepreneurial spirit. I admire that, right? My grandfather was an entrepreneur. My grandmother was an entrepreneur, right? I had businesses. My grandmother had owned like apartment buildings. Like, you know what I mean? I get it. I get it. The thing is that you have to have a taste of wisdom as you embark upon like you try to get that big bite of apple pie. You got to sprinkle it with a little wisdom in order for it to actually go down properly. Because the ambition of them wanting to start a business was stymied by the fact that they sat there and said, we're not going to be smart about how we go about it. We're just going to roll a business out because we're on TV. Everybody's going to buy our stuff because we're on TV. We don't care about quality. We don't care about the prices. We don't care about return of investment. We don't care about value to the people who are buying our stuff. We're just going to put a little storyline with something and have folks buy it because we're selling it. And that's not a way to do a business. You know, when they're sitting there talking about having a baby with Robin, you guys went to, because that's a whole nother video, but you guys went to Las Vegas. Robin got pregnant, and she turned around and didn't understand why Janelle looked like she bit a lemon. Why Hunter was mad. Why the kids looked like they were depressed. Because they understood what it meant. They understood better than anybody else what it meant when they were bringing another life into the family. They were bringing another mouth in the feed. They were bringing in more responsibilities. And they were barely getting by. They understood that. And that's where we all just got to be a little more mindful. Because here's the thing. Like I just had, it's funny that this kind of came up. I'm a little fresh on it. Because I actually had this conversation with my daughter earlier. We were just sitting around. We were watching Love After Lockup. That's going to be my next series that I'm covering on this channel. Because I'm hooked on that shit. I started watching that foolishness. I was like, I got to talk about this. You know what I mean? But we're watching that, and there's a guy making all kinds of crazy decisions as far as his finances are concerned, and especially when it comes to like buying. Oh, I'm gonna buy a house, and I got this kind of credit score, and I'm just getting out money from everywhere, borrowing money from everybody. And I told my daughter, I said, look, between me and you, when you go out and you get these loans, and you call yourself buying a bunch of stuff, yes, they will lend you money. Yes. They will let you buy houses and real estate, real property. The thing is that when they give you that money, they're waiting for you to mess it up. They give you that money and they hope you buy a big, beautiful house. And it's awesome. They hope that house is beautiful. You know why? Because they plan on taking that shit. When you come in there talking about you ain't got no more money, you lost your job, you can't afford it, you bit off more than you could chew, they coming to get it. Okay, they coming to get it. So you want to protect yourself. You want to make good decisions for yourself. You don't want to put yourself in a bad position. You don't want to put your family in a bad position. And if you can put yourself in a strong position where you can take care of yourself, you can take care of your family, and you can spend time with your family, because that's the one commodity that you can't replace, then you want to make sure you do the best you can. $9.99 super chat from Just Scrapping. No message, just the love. Let's see. Sandra Gabora. So you think that growing up on welfare is good for a child? I don't think it's bad for a child. I mean, I don't really want to get into a whole political discussion about it, but do I think that it's if you're in a financial situation where you need to have a program. Those programs are put in place so that you can feed your family. And it's better that you're on welfare and your children aren't hungry or sitting in class not able to pay attention because their stomachs are growling, or they come home and they don't know whether they have food in the house. It's better that if you find that that's humiliating and embarrassing, it's better that you're embarrassed than your child to go hungry. Full stop. So do I think that honestly, I don't think your child should know whether you're on welfare or not. I'm a little old school with that, but I don't think kids have any place in your finances. So if your kid should know, your kid should know one or two things: that you have food and that they're gonna eat. That's what your kid should know. So will it affect your child? I don't think it should affect your child in the fact that you're on a social program, because your child shouldn't know whether you're on a social program or not. You provide for your child. I mean, I don't go to the Mac machine and pull a receipt out the machine and hand it to my kids. What y'all think about that bank balance? You know what I mean? How daddy doing? Tell me what it looking like. You know what I mean? I don't do that either. So I don't think your kids should know about if you're struggling. I don't think your kid should know whether it's a big deal. What is this? Children definitely need the parents, both of them, and to spend quality time with them. However, they also need to learn about life and about feeling confident about themselves and not go hungry. Right. I agree with that. There's no disagreement there. I think we're at an impasse where we're basically saying the same thing. And unless you have a direct disagreement with You know what I mean? Again, I don't think that your kid should be involved with your day-to-day finances. Do I think you should teach your kids about finance? Absolutely. I just talked to my daughter about finances today. Like, you should tell them about how to manage money. How does credit work? How to improve your credit, whether you have credit or not, whether you have a bank account or not. You can teach your kids how banks work, how credit works. If you have information or knowledge about stocks, bonds, so on and so forth, you can teach your kids about that. You know what I mean? Whether you have the money to invest or not. The more money, the more information you can provide to your child, the better off your child is going to be. But when it comes to you making them feel bad because you have to take advantage of a social program, I don't think that's something that your kids, that's not a burden that your kids should bear. Your kids shouldn't. There are certain things that I think kids shouldn't. There are kids who will be aware of certain things in life. They will be aware of certain things. But you should try to protect them and protect their childhood and their childhood innocence from as much as you can, and allow them to enjoy and explore their life in safety, security, and confidence, and move into these circles with that level of self-esteem that they're going to need in order to be successful in these particular arenas. And does that mean that you have to sit there and brag about being on welfare? No. Does it mean you have to be ashamed about being on welfare? No. You know what I mean? Those programs are in place. If you need those programs so that you can put food on the table, again, take advantage of those programs. I have both been tutored and have tutored, and I wonder, does the nanny help with homework? I could make the joke that they need someone to teach them math, but I won't go there. Yeah, because Mama Cody and Papa Cody and Mama Robin are not good at math, not good mathematicians at all. SEJ 429. I hate mornings. Reason Robin needed nannies, pregnancy, homeschooling during COVID, depression. She always has a new reason. Yeah, right. But she just may not want to do her kids. Like, and that's the thing about it too. Like, some folks are in that situation where they have children and they feel the need to have children or procreate, but they don't necessarily want to do kids. I think that, to be honest with you, one of the things that I've always kind of held to was you learn yourself and be obligated to you. If you don't want children, please don't feel obligated to make children. You know what I mean? The human race will survive without you duplicating yourself. Like, we will make it. But if you want children and that's something you want to do, then, you know, by all means, have at it. But it's one of those ventures that you don't want to half-ass go into. If you have a choice, if you're making a choice, then make the choice that you know best serves you. But don't feel compelled that you have to have a child because it's something that you have to do. You know, and you find yourself in a position where you have to hire people because you don't want to deal with them. That in itself can be a little crazy. Let's see. What is this? Rachel. I think people do what they have to do to support their kids, and I do not judge anyone for tapping that welfare resource I pay into. Well, yeah, that's why it's there. Life isn't ideal. Life is complicated. Nothing but love. That's true. That is very true. And to be honest with you, I think that it works better. Because, like, for instance, I have children, and I pay a lot of money for my kids and property taxes for my kids to go to school. My brother does not have children. And he pays, well, he's actually in a center city location. So he pays a lot of money in property taxes. And he has no kids, right? But if you ask my brother, Why do you pay taxes, or why do you think it's a good idea to pay taxes for a school that you don't have kids to attend? He would say what I would say, because this is the position that we both have, just from different sides of the same coin. I think that it's a good idea because an educated population is a safer population. Kids who have opportunities are less likely to go out and knock you upside the head to get money or get advantage if they have access to other resources or access to other opportunities. When kids don't have access to those opportunities, they're sitting in class, they're hungry, they don't have anywhere to go, they don't have quality education, you limit their resources, you limit their opportunities, you limit their outlook on life, then things can happen. It doesn't improve society by us not taking care of one another. So yes, I am a big proponent of that. Raspberry, I feel there are vulnerable groups that can and should access resources, but I'm not in that category, and I would rather a single mom or dad access them than me. If you need a resource, well, I mean, like I said, I don't want to go too deep into the well of that, but if you need the resource is there. Look, I'll say this. If you are complaining about people utilizing social programs, those social programs are there for people to use. Just like advantages and money that we issue to companies. If I filled out some of them documents for some of them corporations. If there's state grants available, if there's federal money available, companies apply for those grants and that money. There's never been a company in the world who has had the ability to apply for a state or federal grant that has not applied for said state or federal grant to receive those tax dollars so that they can improve their bottom line. Full stop. So it would be foolish for me to sit here and say to an individual who has children that your child should go hungry because you're too proud to take money from the federal government when that money is available. I'm just saying, like, that's kind of where I'm at, and that's where I'll leave it. Teaching what in school? Is Robin really being a parent being locked in the bedroom all damn day? So you got to do what you got to do to put that work in. You got to put that work in. Let's see. Okay. All right. I have a friend who grew up poor with food insecurity. The fear and damage that caused has stayed with her for her entire life. Yeah, I know people with food insecurity. That's true. Facts. I get it, James. It's not something a kid should be privy to. Just make sure those kids are fed. If that means swallowing some pride, then you swallow that pride and do what you got to do. Pardon my French. Absolutely, Smiley. That's what I'm saying. If you gotta look, it's on you. If you know what I mean. I'm like I know. Looking back on it, and this is one of the weird things. Like when you grow up, at least in my household, when I grew up, story time. When I was a young man, growing up, I thought because my parents did not share their financial issues, struggles, or concerns with me. Like I was not, when my parents were sitting there at a table trying to figure out how they were, because I went to Catholic school. When they were sitting there trying to figure out how to pay for school and they were applying, like what I didn't know, at the time was my parents were applying for scholarships for me to go to school. And I didn't know that. I just thought my parents was stroking checks. I thought they was just writing checks out. But my parents were putting in for scholarships and grants and things like that for me to be able to go to school, even in high school, right? Or they would talk to the church and people like that so that I can get money so I can go. And when they had issues, they had problems, there's other things that was going on that I didn't realize until I got older that my parents were doing. And you have kids, like when I had kids of my own, you sit there and look at, for me, I looked at my parents and I say, I don't know how y'all did it. I don't know how you did it. Like, because you made it look, when I was coming up, you made it look so easy. I didn't realize how much you guys struggled and how much you guys how much worryation went into the things that you had to do in order for us to not realize how much was actually going on. It's almost like being a parent, and pardon the ease in which I say this, but I like to make things clear. Being a parent is a lot like being a pilot of a plane. If you're on an airplane and the plane hits a little bit of turbulence and you see the stewardess run from the front of the plane to the back of the plane screaming, you're scared as shit. Okay. I wasn't scared till I saw her running. Now I know the plane going down, right? If you're a good pilot, the engines could be on fire, and you'll come over the speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, please fasten your seatbelts. Please put your oxygen mask on your face. The ride will be a little bumpy, and that's all they telling you. And they working it out up front. That's basically what parents should be doing. You don't have to involve your kids in your struggle, make them feel bad, make them feel a certain kind of way because you have to figure it out. Because the truth of the matter is, whether you figure it out or don't figure it out, they still, you know what I mean? It's nothing that they can do about it. You got to figure it out. So you take it on you. And that's where it's at. So if you have to put in you have to do what you have to do in order for you to be able to provide the life and lifestyle that you need to provide for your kids. So if that's what you have to do, whether it's applying for food stamps, SNAP, or the nutrition programs, or health care, or whatever the case may be, then you do what you need to do. And I think that that's all it is. It's not a overly complicated issue where you have to sit here and say that, well, you need to understand every aspect and facet of somebody's life in order to understand that. That's not a very complex thing. It's not insane, in other words. What is this? I live in the Netherlands and I see parents with children visiting the food bank and thank heavens for the food banks, but don't think for a second the children don't understand. Okay, but I live in America, and we do have, in my area, actually, they have a thing like a food pantry or whatever. I think in a town over, they have a food pantry, but that's it. We also offer food stamps or food SNAP benefits, and they go to stores. You don't know that they have what they have as far as that's concerned. And to be honest with you, pride is not tied to the clothes on your back or the food in your belly. And I know that's a haughty idea to say, oh, well, you don't understand. Some people, that kind of stuff affects them. Absolutely, some people, that kind of stuff affects them. But the funny thing is, there's some kids who are walking around with $500 sneakers, and because they can't afford $1,000 sneakers, and every kid that they know has $1,000 sneakers, and their shoes only cost $300 to $500, they feel like they bums. There's some things you can't help, but what you can help is, a lot of that is relative. What you can help is if you instill those values in your kids. Pride does not come from the things that you have or the stuff that, look, I'm gonna put it this way. I'll put it where the ghost could get it. If that's what you're teaching your kids, that's your business. I don't want to teach my kids that their value is inherent to the things that they have in their pockets, the clothes that they wear, the house they live in, the car they drive. Why? Because all those things can be taken away. You can be up one day, and this is from experience. You can be up today and be down tomorrow. You could be rich today and be broke as shit tomorrow. So if your value, and this is what I was talking about with regard to people who place a lot of value in the things that they have and the titles that they have at work, those things don't mean anything. Those things don't mean anything. What's important is for you to teach your kid to value themselves, have pride in themselves. Pride doesn't come from your zip code. It doesn't come from the food you eat, from the car you drive, from the house you live in. You can be proud of those things and proud of those accomplishments, but those things don't define who you are. They never have and they never will. Those things are fleeting. Those things, like I said, that shit can be taken away. One of the things that my parents always told me is that get yourself an education, because that's something that they can't take from you. They can't repo an education. They can repo your house. They can take your car. They can foreclose your shit. They can take your health care. They can take your shoes. They can take the clothes off your back, but they can't take the knowledge out your head. That's why they always gave us a book. You know what I mean? So teach them to have pride in themselves. The rest of that stuff, I mean, like I said, you can lose everything. And when I say everything, everything. Here in where I'm living, most people, and I do mean most people are one paycheck away from homeless. Straight out. They are one paycheck away from hell. Sometimes they not one paycheck. They just one step ahead of the bill man. Okay? So you have to keep that in mind as well. Like, it's not just, and as we talk about, like I said, I'll try to pull it back to Sister Wives. As we talk about Sister Wives and Sister Wives Closet, a lot of the stuff that they have, a lot of the downfall, a lot of the mistakes that they were making, a lot of the advantages that are trying to be taken are taken because the people are trying to get that one more thing, that one more material item. That instead of taking a step back so that they can conserve and gather themselves and save up so that they can make that big purchase safely and securely so that they can secure that future for their child, they'd rather live in that big house today instead of working to make sure that they can secure that house for tomorrow and for the next 10 years, 20 years, and something to pass down to their kids. Raspberry with the $10 super chat. Support James by smashing the likes. My only child is my Xbox. So I'm a nerd, and 18 collective kids is cray. Yeah, it is. You don't have to hit the copy button that much. But thank you so much, Raspberry. Tell Xbox I say hey. See, me and Sandra have come to an accord. I agree with you 100% on that, James. Thank you so much. Yeah, I mean, like I said, I think that it's important, and I don't want to make things seem too easy, because nothing is black and white. I mean, the truth of the matter is nothing is black and white, but we can start to I don't want to make things seem easy, but we can start making choices and decisions on foundational things. Let's start coming to an accord, or at least an idea of how we should live. Now, are you going to hit that all the time? Hell no. Nobody's perfect. The one guarantee you're going to make is nobody is perfect. And the truth of the matter is, life is hard as shit. Like, it's hard. It's hard. It's a complicated experience that we all participate in. And no matter, you can make, the crazy part about life, see, and this is the thing too, this is why I don't want, especially with my kids, like I don't want them to be too tied to the material. Because the truth of the matter is that you can be, and I've seen this, and again, I've been through acquisitions before. I've seen acquisitions where people have lost. And you can be in a situation where you do everything right. Like, I knew people who lost their jobs, had these jobs for 30 years. 30 years they worked at this company. This is an old company, the company that I worked for at the time that was acquired. This is an old company. This country was about 100 and some odd years old, right? People had worked there for 30 years. People had married their wives and husbands, met their spouse. Their kids were working there. They married their mate. You know what I mean? Had kids. Their kids was working there. And their kids was applying to work there. And then all of a sudden, they're doing everything right. And they lose their job. And because they're making X amount of dollars and an X amount of position, they don't have a whole lot of variety on their resume because they basically been doing the same job for X amount of years. And in some cases, those jobs may be redundancies in other companies, and they're not necessarily looking for them. I knew people who lost a lot of money. I knew there was story time. I knew a young lady who's, when I knew her, she was one of those people. She grew up and she had, her parents were pretty much set up and she wasn't ever worried about money. So she made a lot of mistakes, right? Because she was always secure. The fact that her parents were always going to get her, right? No matter what I did, my parents got the money. She got married. She had a baby. I ain't worried about saving for college. My parents are going to send them to college. 2008, the bottom fell out of the market, right? The bottom fell out of our economy. Her parents lost everything, right? And they were struggling. They were, for the first time in their lives and first time in her life, her parents were struggling, right, financially. And there was no way in the world they were ever going, they could barely take care of themselves, much less take care of her and her child, right? And she, even though she wasn't doing everything right, the parents were. And it was something that was completely out of their control. But if you allow what you have to define you, then you could lose those things, and it's not necessarily your fault. That's what makes life so jacked up sometimes. You could be doing your relationships perfect. You could be coming home, doing everything you need to do as a spouse. You come home, you make your wife meals, you get the kids ready, doing everything personable, everything that you need to be doing. You that guy, you buying the flowers, you giving them massages, you running baths, you dinners, candlelight, romantic dinners, the whole nine. Then you find out she been cheating on you for 3 years with your buddy. Or, you know what I mean? You doing everything as a wife you think you need to be doing. You a partner and a companion. You doing everything. You pleasing them. You teasing them. You doing appeasing them. You doing everything. Find out dude messing around with the secretary, whatever. Or the lady from work. One of the women from work. Or one of the fellas from work. Shit, you know what I mean? Today is the day, right? There's nothing you could do to stop that. It's not, life is hard sometimes, but you just got to be who you are in order to rise above it. BK Cat, you gonna stop telling the damn truth, BK Cat. BK Cat, you gonna stop telling the truth. Say, yes, James, 90% of us are closer to homelessness than wealth. Actually, it's more than that, but yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. And some of the wealthy ones are closer to homelessness than they could ever imagine. You know what I mean? Because you just one turn, like the economy turn. That's why, the windows don't open on these skyscrapers for a reason. You know what I mean? Smile say, yep, I've been both. Yeah, I've been up and been down, baby. You know what I mean? But you don't lose who you are. That's the whole thing. And as long as you don't lose who you are, then when you up, you. And when you down, you can get back. And you look forward to getting back. And that keeps the fighting you. But the minute you start focusing too much on it, I don't want to get too crazy with it, but the minute you start focusing too much on it, you're in trouble. Smiling. Said we all gonna be in the same box at the end. God don't care about your stuff. LOL. That's true. Never seen what do you say? Never seen a U-Haul following a hearse ever. Can't take it with you. Where there's a will, there's a family member waiting to collect. Trust and believe me when I tell you that. MJC 427. What is this? What is this? Living every minute. We started from scratch and worked our asses off. One thing that we can never lose was a love in our 43-year marriage. That's awesome. That's awesome. That's awesome. You know, I mean, realistically, that's sometimes that's all you got. You know, get somebody who will stick with you, and that's why I talk about like the different. Like I think that one last week was talking about difference between a builder and a spender / taker. Like that's it. You know what I mean? A taker is going to be gone when your money is gone, when your opportunity is gone, when your title is gone, when your stuff is gone. They going with it. They're just as much of a they're just as much of an accoutrement as cufflinks and a tie clip. You know what I mean? The fashion choice. They going too. But that builder, when you up, you can build together and hopefully you never lose. But if you ever do lose, if you ever do find yourself slipping, tripping, about on the verge of losing everything, that's the one that's going to hold you down. That's the one that's going to keep you right. And that's when I talk about builders, that's what I'm talking about. Let me see. Smiley say, you telling my story, James, LOL. I'm telling you, man, we in good company, Smiley, me and you right there. We in good company. Been up, been down. I'm telling you, I got some great stories. I got some horror stories. You know what I mean? I've been around, baby. I've been around, you know. In the words of Al Pacino from Son of a Woman, I've been around. I've seen some things, you know, and it having character, and that's one of the things. Like I said, one of the I used to tell my kids Chip. Like I used to have them say this thing all the time, Chip, 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 when they were kids, and every day, like my kids go to school, and I say, Chip, what does Chip mean? And they would look at me, story time. I guess that'd be story time. Story time. And I'd be like, what does Chip mean? Chip. And the kids would look at me and they would say, character, honor, integrity, pride. Like those are things that I wanted to instill in my kids always. Keep it in the forefront of their mind. I didn't say Porsche, Lexus, big house. Have that character, have that honor, integrity. But I'm feeling honor. That's something that nobody really talk about anymore. Being honorable. Right? You know what I mean? Like not doing the wrong thing. Like having a reputation and being somebody who can be respected. Having integrity. Not being willing to, like as we talk about, I'll try to pull it back to Sister Wives. With Sister Wives Closet. Having integrity. Integrity is you putting out a product that your customer can find value in. Something that feeds your customer. Not just something that's a point of arrogance where you say that I'm going to create this trinket and my customers are going to buy it because I'm selling it to them. Not a point of arrogance. Something that your customer can find value in. And you're giving them something that's worth their time, their energy, their money, and their investment. Something that they can get from you. That's integrity. Right? When you get involved with business, and as we talk about, especially as we talk about multi-level marketing, businesses and network marketing and person-to-person marketing, or however you want to put it, pyramid schemes, which is what this really is. When we talk about that, the thing that I have an issue with is that it lacks integrity. Because you're bringing people into a business that you know, a business and business model that you have to know doesn't work. It doesn't work for 99% of the people who are involved. And when you talk about like Sister Wives Closet, you talk about some of these opportunities, you talk about what they were trying to do. When the Sister Wives were talking about even going back to the them trying to turn it into a retail business online or in the expos or at that casino, it was always a thing of, I have my house to pay for. I have my bills to pay. I have stuff I want to do, and I need to sell them this junk and get them to do it. because it'll benefit me. Part of the integrity of having a business isn't just the fact that it's for you, but it's for the benefit of your customer as well. Like when I'm sitting up here and I'm trying to do these clips and stuff, I don't want to. I want to respect you guys' time, and that's a big thing for me. Like I don't want to, like when I talked about doing a Patreon. Part of the reason why I didn't do roll a membership out, I haven't rolled my Patreon out yet, is because I want to create something that has value to the people who are going to use it or participate in it. I don't want to just create something where I'm just saying, here's something that you can start sending money to and I can get money from. I want to create something that has some value to the people who are going to use it. Some value to the people who are going to watch it or participate in it. Whether you enjoy it, whether it puts a smile on your face, whether it puts a message, gives you a message on your heart, whether you get to participate in the chat room, whatever the case may be. If we can create an environment where you can participate in something that maybe, for one person, this channel, these lives, the videos I put out, maybe it's just entertainment for you. But maybe for somebody else, one person, they might listen to something that maybe not even I say, but something that one of you say in the chat box. And that one message, that one thing, that one statement that you didn't think meant anything, meant everything to that person. To me, that's value. There's value in that. And if you're providing that value to somebody and you're giving folks that thing that they maybe we're giving them a message that they needed to hear. Somebody who is sitting there, we were talking earlier about taking snap or taking advantage of social programs when you're in need, and the embarrassment of having to do that, and the embarrassment of knowing that you're taking advantage of these programs and feeling like a failure, etc., etc. To have somebody come out and say, hey, if this is a program that you need and this program is going to get you through to next year, this program is going to put food on your table so you can feed your family, this program is going to be able to provide health care so your kid can go to school and not be afraid to participate in gym, and they can take full advantage of going outside and getting some air, riding a skateboard, riding a bike, or going out with their friends. These are the things that you need to do, and you may feel a little bit of embarrassment, but there's no reason why you should feel ashamed. Maybe somebody needed to hear that message. And if that is what this does, then that, to me, there's value in that. And having the integrity to recognize that there's value in that, and then saying, hey, thank you guys for the super chats. I appreciate the super chats because you find value in something that I'm providing. I have no issue with that. But if I'm sitting up and just saying, yeah, send me money because I'm going to get here and I'm going to turn my camera on, or I'm going to hit play on my computer, or I'm hitting record or whatever, and you guys should just start sending me, that, to me, that's ridiculous. And that would show less integrity. Because I know at some point somebody is going to make the argument, especially as I'm talking about these multi-level marketing things, because some people are going to think that I'm being mean and nasty about the MLMs. But, and they're going to retort. I know somebody's going to retort somewhere down the line, maybe to themselves. He talking about multi-level marketing. He doing the same thing. He on YouTube. On YouTube, they do this. No, on YouTube, I'm trying to provide value. Return of investment. Not investment of money. Not investment of super chats, but investment of time. I want to make sure that you get something that's worthwhile. That's why I feel bad. If I don't have my clips and stuff lined up and my shit isn't running the way it should be, I feel bad about that because I want to make sure that this is an enjoyable experience for the people who participate in it and the people who take time to watch it. I want to make sure that they feel like they feel value in spending their time with me. Simple as that. You know what I mean? I'll climb down off my soapbox. I'm sorry. He went ham. I'm hamburger. Kimberly F. Haseen. $2 super chat. You're great, James. Thank you so much, Kimberly. I appreciate that. I'm trying. Juggling as fast as I can. Raspberry. $10 super chat. I'm not naming names, but there are some formerly prestigious, high-profile people who are having major financial and legal issues. Mr. Former Mayor of New York. Yeah. Yeah, buddy. Yeah, people are having some troubles. People are troubles. I'm not naming no names. You ain't heard that from me, Raspberry. You ain't heard that from me. You know what I'm talking about. It's me, Grammy, in the house. So true, James. Thank you, Grammy. Hey, Queen G. Queen G in the house. Say my ex-therapist was a narcissist, but my situation is so crazy, I couldn't even fathom starting over. Yeah, sometimes it's like that. You know what I mean? Shit get wild, and you be like, I can't. You know what I mean? You want to go out, I can't even. You know what I mean? Like, you don't want to finish the statement. Like, it requires no more than that. I can't even. I feel you, Queen J. Rachel, character, honor, integrity, pride. Prodigal pride. Taking notes. At Raspberry, I've made my many mistakes, but at least not that, guys. I'll tell you, even when other people make mistakes, learn from their mistakes too. It's free. That's free info. I just be like, that's what happens? Oh, don't want none of that. No, thank you. You know what I mean? Oh, shit. Let's see. I hate mornings. I agree with that, but I support that message. I support that name. I had to start over, but it's been a struggle. My life was more important as he actually tried to kill me. Yeah, I hate to hear that. But I'm glad you out. I'm glad you free. And I'm glad you living your life. And starting over sucks. And then I know there's like always that, it is, especially on YouTube. Starting over is sometimes necessary. There's nothing wrong with it. It sucks. It sucks ass. Anybody who ever say starting over is a blessing, they never had to start over. Fuck you. Starting over sucks ass. Okay? But I will say this. Years later, sometimes you'll look back, and while you're going through it, you know what I mean? While you in it, you're like, this is the bullshit. Pardon my French. I guess it's the French hour. This is the bullshit. You know what I mean? Like, you're like, this is ridiculous. I can't believe that I've come to this point. But at the same time, not that things happen for a reason. That's so cliche. But at the same time, when you get through it, and you get past it, you get over it, you get around it, you get under it, however you get there, what you'll find is there's a sense of peace that you may have, and I'm not saying this is always the case, but a sense of peace that you may have once you're out of a particular situation that you didn't have while you were in it. And this is, sometimes it could be a relationship, it can be a job. You know, like I can't not believe I can't do this job anymore. You cry every day you go to work. You fucking ready to drop, pull that car right into a telephone pole. Every time you think about going to that bad boy. And then you leave that job and you depressed and sad that you left that job. But the best move that you could have made was remove yourself from that situation. I hate being in this relationship, but I don't want to be by myself. I hate being in this relationship, but it's so hard to leave. But then when you leave and you out and you get past it, or not past it, that's such a weird place to. You get to a certain point, because it's not really getting past it. It's get to a certain point where you look back and you realize that there is a certain peace that comes with that absence of that other person. And that peace of mind, that peaceful state, that safety and security that you find when you by yourself, maybe the house ain't as nice, maybe the living room ain't as cool, and the zip code ain't as hip, but there's a certain peace that comes from the place that you find yourself, and that may be the thing that you feel is worthwhile, is way more valuable than anything that you had before. I wish the best for you. Hate mornings. I don't like to see that kind of stuff. But it is out there, and the reality of it is that, I got your back. I'm with you. on that. Because some relationships you can't be in them when no matter how you leave or under what circumstances you leave. Sometimes it's just better if you're not there no more. Flying chancla. I love that name. Flying chancla. I learned about the chancla a little while ago. So I think I saw like a YouTube video or something, and it was like chancla. I was like, oh, they throw shoes. I got you. You already have James. Your channel inspires me to look at life situations differently than I used to. Thank you. Oh, that's awesome. See, return of investment. That makes it all worthwhile for me. If I can help one person, then I've done my part. Raspberry, exactly. Ego is a powerful drug. Yeah, it is. Sorry, guys. Some of these are moving so fast, I gotta skip down. Pay it forward. I needed help, and I've given help too. Yeah. You know what? Story time. I told this story a little while ago, but I think that it's kind of cool to share it here again. Make a resurgence. Smiley made this good point. I pay it forward. I needed help, and I've given help too. When I was in college, there was a guy who worked security, and I'm a weirdo. So, and I am, wife and kids will acknowledge this. I'm a weirdo. So I'm the guy that will talk to everybody. I'm that guy, right? So I was, when I was in college, there was a security guard. I can see his face. I can't remember his name. But I remember I was going through something. And I used to just sit there. I would talk to him. Like he worked at one part of the campus. I would, pull up on him sometimes and just sit there and talk with him for a little bit. Because he just had crazy knowledge. He was a smart guy. Like just a smart guy, worked security. And as it turned out, he was telling me about how he had worked. Like he had like this big time job and he had lost a job and he found himself working security and da-da-da-da. And he gave me, there was something I was going through. I think it might have been a girl. I'm going to be honest with you. I can't remember exactly what the problem was, but I'm pretty sure it was about a woman I was seeing. And I was having woman problems. And he gave me a piece of advice. And I don't remember what it was, but I remember what it did for me at the time. Because at the time, I thought it was such a big deal. Like, I remember, that's one of the things I remember about that exchange I had with him. I thought it was such a big deal. Right? Oh, this is, it's so terrible. It's such a, oh my goodness. And talking to him, I remember him telling me the story about, like, just talking to me about his life. And he told me that story. And at that moment, I realized that, one, I wasn't the only one who was going through stuff. He went through far more than I was going through at the time. And I think that's part of the reason why I forgot about it, because looking back on it, now to think about it, it was probably so insignificant. My little bullshit problem was so insignificant compared to the issues and stuff he was dealing with that I felt ashamed that I was sitting complaining about my bullshit, right? But he gave me that piece of advice or that conversation. It was a conversation I needed to have at the time. That if you asked him about it, I can't remember what the conversation was about, but if he's still alive and if he's still king, because he was an older gentleman at the time, and I'm old now, but if he's still alive, if you pull him up and you asked him, do you even remember this guy? There's a possibility he probably wouldn't even, one, remember who I was, and he most certainly wouldn't remember what we were talking about. But what he said to me at that time was so important and so profound to me at that time. It was what I needed to hear at the time that it changed my whole focus. And I wish I could remember the exact details of the conversation, but it was so, like, I do remember that part of it, that it was such an important thing that I never forgot. Like, I still see his face to this day, and sometimes that's what it's about. Like, you can do things for people and you don't realize that you actually helped somebody in a profound way. They were going through something and you said something that helped them get through the thing that they were going through. the message that if two people were standing there with me, maybe what he said wouldn't have landed for them the same way it landed for me. The same message, say they standing there listening to the same conversation. It wouldn't land for them the way it landed for me because I'm the one that needed that message at the time. They didn't need it. They were fine. They would be okay. I needed the message at the time. And that's sometimes what happens. Like, so when you guys are talking in the chat box, that's why I encourage the chat box to be positive and be encouraging, because when push comes down to shove, you may be that person who's giving somebody something. It is not me. I might just be orchestrating the time and the place, but you guys are delivering a message that somebody may need to hear at the time that they need to hear it in their life that didn't mean shit to you when you said it. Didn't change your life one stitch, but changed everything for that person. So, I mean, it's just something to think about. The weird thing about it is, another little tidbit was just another quick story time. One of the things that I learned when I was a young dude was interactions can change people's whole perspective, their whole day sometimes. Stupid interactions. You drive down the street and somebody cuts you off. You sit there cussing that person out. You mother! You mama hammer! What are you doing? You son of a... You better go away, you mother! Right? The whole time. This person go on about their business. You get to work. That mother cut me off. You almost tore my car up. And you almost told my kid, killed everybody in the world. You go home. You mad as hell. The whole day. Ruined your whole day. Perspective of your whole day. You get in the office, damn near cut somebody out because you still mad about this dude cutting you off. The funny thing is, half the time... Wait, hold on now. Okay. Deleted something. I don't know what the hell happened. Half the time, the person who cut you off may not even realize that they cut you off. They went on about their day. They didn't even think twice about your ass. Ruined your whole day, though. But on the reverse side of that, there's a study that said if you just say hello to people with a smile on your face, that can brighten their day as well. You know what I mean? It's a weird how that shit works. Get cut off, you ready to go in there and slump the whole office, right? But somebody just walks by and says, hey, how you doing? How's everything coming? It makes it, there's a point where for some folks, it could make a person feel validated. Sometimes people feel like they aren't seen, you know? They're invisible. Nobody sees them. Nobody sees their problems. They feel like they're the only person in the world and nobody is ever paying attention to them. But you walk by, hey, how are you? How's everything going? You know, how's life treating you? Okay. And you sit there and have a 2-minute conversation with them, and that means the world to them. Like, so you can change lives just by your attitude. You know, it's a weird time, but that's just my bit. That's just my 2 piece. My 2 cents, my 2 bits. It's just. Let's see. Okay, MJC 427. I tried to do a super chat twice and it stalls on verifying. No worries about it. I will get it straight. No problem. You're right, James. Some things you shouldn't sweat that stuff. Yeah. Sometimes it's just, you know, the crazy part is, especially when you're a young person, you get these old stuff, get salt and peppers. You know, one of the things that I learned in life early on is that there's some things, you know, it was that the alcoholic's prayer or whatever, that, you know, that don't worry about the things you can change, don't worry about the things you can't, and the wisdom to know the difference. Like, that shit is profound, because there so many people worry about things that are out of their control. They worry about stuff that doesn't mean anything. You know, you kill yourself. Like, when I was a young person, story time. When I was a young person, my mom used to tell me, like, I had I bought my first car from my parents. And I remember I was driving to school, and this guy ran in the back of my car. My first car, right? I'm feeling sexy. Got my MyTakeOnReality. Driving to school, stop at the stoplight like I'm supposed to. Asshole behind me apparently didn't understand that a red light meant stop, and he just kept his car going, smashing the back of my shit, caused my front of my car to run in the back of somebody else, towed my car up. Right? And I remember I was like, oh, my first accident, I was kind of upset about it. My first car, kind of upset. And I remember I called my parents, and my car was actually still under my parents' insurance. So I called my parents up. My mom, get the information. And I knew all that stuff. Get the information, call the cops. Cops come out. They do the whole report. And we get his phone number, right? And my mom is like, oh, he's a young guy, and I don't want to mess him up. So why don't we call him, and we'll see if we can work it out. So we call him up. And the guy said, oh, thank you. You guys trying to work it out for me. Excellent. So me and my dad, we spend the weekend going down to junkyards and stuff and looking for cars that are like my car. And I get a replacement for the whole front. And I call the guy up and I tell him, looking at the parts, and we're going to replace the parts ourselves. We're going to just replace the front end and put it on ourselves or whatever, hang this stuff ourselves. And I said, look, it'll cost $300 for us to replace the front end. And he said to me and my parents, I think you guys are trying to rip me off. I think you guys are trying to rip me off, and I'd rather go through insurance. I said, are you sure? And I'm young, I'm a young guy. Are you sure? He said, yep, go through insurance. So went through insurance. And when I went through the insurance company came out, looked at my car, said, okay. They cut me a check that day for $3,000. I went to the junkyard, I bought that $300 pot. Me and my dad hung that shit on my car. And I put the rest on school. Right? Thank you for that. You paid for my tuition that year. Paid some tuition money. And the crazy part is that I would sit there and we could have flipped out, went crazy, but it's a small thing. And my mom told me at that moment that, the wisdom of my mom. My mom told me at that moment that, yeah, you could be mad, but when you look at your situation, yeah, your car got tore up, but you're fine. You're not hurt. He didn't get hurt. When he hit your car and you went in the back of somebody else, you didn't hurt that person. Their car wasn't damaged. They didn't get hurt. You didn't get hurt. Well, in the grand scheme of things, your car is fine. When we talked about that old car, she taught me too that the big things that you worry about, people get crazy about, I got to have a new this, new that. I got to have a brand new Benz. I got to have a brand new Mercedes. You riding around the neighborhood, everybody got brand new this, brand new that, expensive cars. She told me when you go places and you go to the party and you pull up out front and you go in the club at a party, nobody know what you came in. She was fucking right. She is 100% right. Nobody know what you came in. So why you going broke trying to pay for something to show off for people that most people ain't even gonna know they never gonna see you in. Most people ain't never gonna see you in that car. Yeah, you pull up in the Ferrari, your car is outside unless you drive it through the front door. Nobody knows you have it. Just something to think about. Don't worry. Don't sweat the small shit. Life is too complicated for you to sweat the small stuff. It's me, Grammy. Good thing you were not hurt. Yeah, I'm happy about that too. Who you telling? Similar accident that way was my second TBI. Only I was a passenger. And State Farm blamed me. LOL. Yeah, some of these insurance companies are pieces of dog doo-doo. You know what I mean? They dog doo-doo. I've had great insurance companies. I've had crap insurance companies, you know, and I've just been fortunate. Like, cause I've known people to get in slightly, less serious accidents and get hurt, you know, they get serious injuries. And then, like Grammy said, like some of them insurance companies, I've been making every payment. Like I've been paying. I thought about that shit. How about this? Can we talk as I forget it. Can we talk? I paid for, I won't tell you how old I am, but I've been paying a lot in insurance for a lot of years. Decades. I've been paying for insurance and not using it. That shit is so unfair. But insurance is one of them things, if you don't have that shit, you need it, you're going to be upset. But you pay a lot for insurance for some shit you never use. Hopefully you never use it. You know what I mean? But then when you do need it, all of a sudden it's, how y'all gonna give me a hard time? All them checks y'all cash from me, you can't give me a little bit of scratch? I gotta sit there and fight nickel and dime y'all for a little bit of this, a little bit of that. I gotta take my car to certain people and I can't take it to other people because you don't have a deal with them. So basically I gotta take it to the people who will do the job for less money. Because you don't want to be out money after I done paid you for decades. It's something else, boy. Oh, yeah, you're on Discord, okay. Yeah, I have a Discord account. I'll probably be using Discord for my Patreon. Flying Chunkler, you should write a book, James. I've heard that. You're like, the book of lies. People throwing words at me. Throw the book at them. That's what I call it. Throwing the book. Thank you, Chocolate. Flying Chocolate. Yeah, it is. Queen G. Insurance is one of the biggest scams. Yeah, it is. They got you paying all that shit. I've always held that to be true. I almost worked for an insurance company at one point. But I used to tell people all the time, like, for every one floor of sales that an insurance company have, they have 5 floors of people trying to figure out how not to pay you. So yeah, 1 floor of people trying to sell you the shit, and you got 5 floors of people trying to figure out how to keep their money. Keep every nickel you gave them. Yeah, if you ever get in trouble, you just go ahead and call this 1-800 forget our number. Because they ain't giving you shit. They ain't giving you nothing but a hard time. Wow. Betty Aldridge said, my hubby truly changed a man's life. The man's brother killed our family. 4 people, including 2 kids, 34 years ago today. Wow. But he had definitely had a different name. So when he found out, he told him he was his brother. What? Wow. 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 It's a small world, Jack. I know that's cliche as hell, but shit. Pardon my French. I'm just going off cussing for no reason. I apologize. That's just rough. That's so gauche. So gauche. MJC 427. That's the way insurance companies work. Damn right. I'm telling you, them dudes is ruthless. That's the true pimp game right there. You gotta pay me $200 a month. And what am I going to get in return? Well, I mean, if you get in an accident, we'll conversate with you. And then we'll try to figure out how to screw you. Yeah, I've done, I don't go too deep into it. But yeah. It's crazy. It's, It's me, Graham. I might be taking you up on that. Yeah, Betty, that's some wild shit. I ain't gonna lie, that's wild shit. Kill for your family members. That's Hatfield and McCoy type shit. For your family members. God. By laws. Valerie Nelson. I guess I will never understand road rage. Our little Alaska rural town has no traffic lights. I know, that's right. Valerie, the funny thing is, you say that shit, but it's true. Like, there's certain parts of the country, they will never understand why. Why are you so upset? I don't get it. It's like, I mean, if anything, you might be mad at a deer. Like, damn deer that towed my car and walk out the street, you know what I mean? But you ain't driving fast enough half the time to really clip it right. Living that rural life, that's what I'm talking about. Yeah, MJC 427. Health insurance is no different. Health insurance has improved a little bit. But there, it's funny you say that, because I was just talking to my daughter. It's like you guys are bugging my house, because I was talking to my daughter about that. I was like, I remember when there was a time, not even long ago. I'm not even talking about like 50 years ago when I was a child. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about like recently, and like wasn't that long ago, where you could get sick. You could be paying health insurance the whole time. You get sick, diagnosed with something. The health insurance company decided they no longer want to cover you all of a sudden because your ass is sick now. You was healthy as a horse yesterday, but you get diagnosed with the right shit, and all of a sudden it's, well, we figured out that you might have smoked one cigarette when you were 12, so we're going to go ahead and knock you off the insurance. You know what I mean? And now you got to figure that shit out yourself. Like, it's crazy. Like, it used to be insane. Or they would pay for you like the first year, but then you have the yearly enrollment and they drop you. And then because you're sick now and you have a illness, nobody is covering you. Nobody picks you up because insurance companies don't want to pay for people who are sick. They want to pay for people who are healthy, who are just going to send them checks. They don't want to pay for you to get health care. They want to pay for you when you don't need health care. Like, you see a doctor once a year, they'll pay for that shit. But they're not trying to pay for you to go see a doctor every 2-3 months because you have high blood pressure, sugar diabetes, high cholesterol, heart issues, cancer, leukemia, any of that stuff. They're not trying to pay for that. Treatments, chemo, they're not trying to pay for that. The pills and stuff, nope. So you get dropped. If you need a transplant, good luck, buddy. You know. It's me, Grammy. Oh my, and don't get me on health insurance telling my wife telling me what I need. Yeah, I'm telling you. They will tell you and shit. Oh no, you're fine. My doctor said I need to take bop bop bop. Oh no, I'm looking at your policy and you don't need to take that. How do you know? I've never met you. You don't know me. You don't know my life. Somebody said, I'm in Cali, so I live road rage daily. LOL. See, that's what they actually teach it. In California, they actually teach it on the road test. Like, you get it when you take your permit test, they teach you how to do road rage properly. Keep both hands on the wheel, and then take your left hand, extend it out the window, give them the one finger salute, return your finger back to the thing, honk the horn with your right hand, then look at the guy as hard as you can while you're cussing him out and calling his mother names. Let's see. Oh, good. French. Oh, good. Yay. You know, the funny thing, it's funny you say that, Rachel, because funny thing is that they said that people who curse usually are, there used to be a thing where people say, oh, if you're, people of low intelligence will use profanity. But then they also will say that people who use profanity a lot of times are more direct and honest in their commentary. So I don't know, depending on which school you in, that's what they'll charge you with. So either you're, you know, extremely honest or whoa. Say, shoot. We have medical groups firing doctors when there's a shortage. Make it make sense. There is no sense to a lot of this stuff. I hate mornings. 0 cents. Because, you know, the truth of the matter, again, I don't want to get too crazy with it, but the truth of the matter is, when push them down and shove, the people who, I'm sorry, I got distracted. The people who make a lot of the decisions on Medicaid, health coverage, Medicaid, Medicare, social programs, are people who don't require any of those programs. Those are people who, when they say, we're going to cut back and we're going to fire all the doctors. Those are people who have their own doctor. Those are people who, if they get sick or somebody in their household or their family members get sick, they're going to be fine. Lizzie B, was this, please write unalive. YouTube will censor James and delete block this live stream if that word is spoken. Oh, if you say certain things. Thank you, Lizzie B, for pointing that out. Yes, if you mention certain things, that's what I was saying earlier, like cancel culture. With cancel culture, they will it's not a thing. YouTube is a business. And they will the stream or my channel for certain context. That's also part of the reason why when I said I wanted to do a Patreon, I wanted to take it to a place where I have a little more freedom and I won't have to be as worried about content, especially as I pull people up to do panels. I mean, it's not going to be Wild West either, but it won't. I won't be as vulnerable. That's part of the reason why I was doing that. Oh yeah, I have a Discord account as well. So. What is this? Oh, I guess Smiley's referring to like a few pre-existing conditions. Yeah. Insurance will drop you and no one will pick you up. Yep, there was a time where they could drop you because you had conditions. The crazy part is that you would get, like there was a time where you could be paying your health insurance, like I said, for years. You could be paying for health insurance. You get diagnosed with something, like a chronic illness. I don't want to say anything specific, but you can get diagnosed with a chronic illness. And then the insurance company turns around and says, "Oh wow, that's good," because they have calculations. They have, like I said, they have 5 floors of people figuring this shit out. So for every 1 floor that they have selling you the insurance, they got 5 floors trying to figure out how to not pay you or not pay for the stuff that they supposed to pay for. So you get diagnosed, then maybe they'll pay for your first year treatment, right? And this was especially not even that long. Like I said, it's not that long ago. They'll pay for your first year treatment. And then once you get through that next year, you're supposed to go through an enrollment period where you re-up the insurance. And the insurance company's like, "No, we don't want you. No. No, thank you. You have to find something else." And then you you get dropped from that insurance company. And because you now have a pre-existing condition, the insurance company, even if they pick you up, the new insurance company picks you up. There was a time where they could look at your pre-existing condition and say, "We'll cover everything but that." And not only will we not cover that, We won't cover anything that may be a result of that. So you may, like, there's certain illnesses that you could have where you may experience impaired vision, hearing, taste, etc., etc. Maybe you have amputation, whatever the case may be, and they'll say, well, if it's because of that, then we're not covering it. And then all of a sudden, mysteriously, everything that you get will be because you have some illness, some chronic. You got a cold? Oh, that's because you got the other stuff. You got the jib jobs, and it's just crazy as hell. Wanda Jones said, I became a diabetic at 9. My mom told me I better marry a smart man. He'll have great insurance. That's true. Like it's a messed up euphemism, but it's, because you want that good shit. I feel you. I hate more than that I'm really stupid and direct. You talk. You're right. I got you. Let's see. Any words of wisdom to stop passive aggressive people? It depends on the situation and the people and the relationship that you have with them, and it also kind of begs the question too, not begs the question, that's the inappropriate phrase, but, and the relationship that you have with them. Like, why? So in other words, why are they passive aggressive? Because sometimes a relationship could cause them to be passive aggressive. So if you have like a modicum of power in a certain relationship or relationship dynamic, that can cause a person to be passive aggressive because they can't be aggressive with somebody who can fire their ass. You know what I mean? Like, so there's sometimes that. What I usually try to do is, or I'll say this. Let me redirect it this way. There is a tactic that I learned a while ago that has worked in some instances that I'll share with you now. Story time. If you encounter somebody who's being passive aggressive, ask them directly. Listen to what they say. What they're doing. Like, are you okay? What do you mean? Am I okay? Are you okay? I mean, you said that, and I thought maybe you thought I would take it a certain way, but are you okay? Okay. Well, just as long as it's just because you have to ask yourself sometimes too: are they being passive aggressive to you because they're angry or mad at you, or are they being passive aggressive to you because they have some other issue? And maybe they just don't know they're being passive aggressive. If they know they're being passive aggressive, then you can be direct with them. Just to kind of get around the stuff. So if you have an issue with me, then we can talk about it. Like, I see you're saying such and such, da 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 da. And how are they being passive aggressive to you? But yeah, just give them that. Give them that. Are you okay? I mean, you just did such and such, and I was wondering if you were all right because I wasn't sure if you thought that you were affecting me some kind of way. Don't rise to them. Don't feed into a lot of the stuff because what some passive aggressive people, or at least in my experience, what some passive aggressive people really try to do is they try to get you to jump out of frame so that they have the excuse to jump out of frame with you, and then they call themselves matching your energy. Oh, I didn't do that. You did. Blah, blah, blah. What? Why are you yelling at me? Now all of a sudden you acting all crazy with me. I didn't do nothing to you. Why are you acting? Why are you tripping? Don't give them that. If you don't, and I would even say, again, it depends on the circumstance and situation. I'm kind of talking from a blind spot, but in some instances, I would also say this, and I mean this shit. When you come across people who don't have the cojones, as they say, to go ahead and be a direct with you, and they can't tell you why they mad, sometimes it's not worth your energy and effort for you to try to engage with them to figure out what's wrong with them. Let them come to you and tell you why they angry, or why they mad, or what their issue or their problem is. If it doesn't directly affect you, let them go on about their business. If you mad at me and you don't have you don't want to tell me why you mad, it's not my affair. I'll wait for you to be, you to figure out why you mad, and then you can come back and tell me. But other than that, keep it pushing. Because it can be a spiral. You get tied into people's stuff, and the next thing you know, you sitting there arguing about something. You don't know what you arguing about, why you arguing, what's the problem, and then they take it all the way left because, and again, I'm speaking in a blind spot, but like you have a thing where maybe they're passive aggressive because they're angry about something that they can't vocalize, because maybe even they realize that the thing that they're mad about is stupid. I don't want to be, gauche about it. Like, oh, you're stupid. You're stupid. Stupido. Like the thing that they're angry about isn't a good reason for them to be mad. Have a good night, Ada Doom. But they want to be mad, right? They want this is my issue. This is what I'm mad about. They want to be that person. And this will be they want to be angry. And they want to be mad. And they want to have that argument with you. But the real reason they want to have that argument with you is something that they should know about, something they shouldn't talk about, something that is probably their fault, and they realize it's their fault, and they're not in a good position. They don't have a good position to have the argument that they want to have. So they're trying to pull you into a different argument so that you guys can argue about something that doesn't mean anything to them. Don't get involved with that. Don't give them that room. Let them, if they're mad at you about something, let them come to you and tell you what they're mad about. Don't give them the pass to have a crazy argument that doesn't mean anything to anybody. If you want to argue with me, you come and argue with me about the shit that means something to you. And then that way we both got skin in the game, because you saying I did something to you, so I have my honor or whatever in the game, my pride, my ego, whatever is in there. And you have your feelings about what I did supposedly to you that you're mad about, that you want to discuss, and we can have that discussion. But if we're going to argue about the fact that you said something off brand to me, and I'm going to sit here and argue and fuss and fight with you about that, but we're not going to talk about the thing that you're really mad about, then we're not going to come to any resolution as to why you're actually mad at me. So we're not fixing anything by talking about some other issue that has nothing to do with the real reason why you're mad at me. I hope that kind of helps, or maybe touches on what you're asking me about. Diana Miller, keep doing what you do. $1.99 super chat. Thank you so much. Yeah. Yeah. Be cat case. I grew up in the South. Being passive aggressive is almost a pastime down here. Yeah, that shit's a sport down South. They'll say some crazy shit to you. You be like, did they just... That was insult. That was an insult, wasn't it? And they'll say that shit with a smile on their face and with such a high-pitched tone, like, da, 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 you know what I mean? Oh, bless your heart. They just called you an idiot. You know what I mean? you don't know you should be insulted. You know what I mean? So the good ones, you don't even know they making a fool of you. They'll say it in such a way, like, oh, they really care about me. No. Oh, man. If you notice, Robin never has the balls to say what she feels. Instead, she lets Christine take the gall for the one house deal, take the fall for the one house deal when she didn't want it either. Yeah, she didn't want that shit either. Because if Robin would have wanted the one house, guess what, y'all? They'd been living in one house. I'm sure of it. They would have had one house. If Robin would have had them cash in their 401k, sell their houses, and then start selling pints of blood so they can get in that one house, that's where they would be living. Everybody be sitting there looking like zombies. But yeah, she'll be living in a one house. She didn't want that either. But Cody used that as an excuse as to why the relationship fell apart. So she just, yeah, I remember you said that. Yeah, no, you don't. Queen G said, I'm from Michigan. And I know if someone says, bless your heart, the person saying is the smarter one. LOL. Yeah, right. Oh, bless your heart. They say it in such a way like, oh, you silly Billy. You know what I mean? That's what that means. You silly mother. You not. Lord watches out for fools and children. No one has said it to me, by the way. It's exactly the bless your heart culture. It translates to up yours, LOL, raspberry. It's me, Grammy. Oh yeah, I'm about to wrap this up. It's almost 4 o'clock, y'all. It's me, Grammy. How in the world could Kay and Robin have one house? No one would see them because they would be in bedroom all the time, and and they could not be loving like they want. Oh my, yeah. You know what I mean? That's true. That's true. They would just be in that one house, and they wouldn't have to see him. You know why the other wives wouldn't see him? Because they'd be at work. Because somebody would have to pay for that house. Rachel, bless your heart. Either means thank you for the casserole, or all the curse words, had a baby, and that baby hates you. Rachel. That's awesome. Oh man. Yeah, guys, I gotta cut this off. Thank you guys so much for hanging out with me. That's hilarious. Rachel had killed me with that one. But thank you guys so much for hanging out with me. I am going to be back next week. Next week we're going to talk more about, I'll have my stuff up and fixed. My board is messed up. That's why my videos is jacked up tonight. But next week we're going to fix all that. And I'm going to come back and we're going to talk about Sister Wives Closet and why it was an MLM and the effects that it had when they did the Shark Tank. I'm telling you, it's going to be good. I've already prepped this, kind of dry ran it before in a couple of videos I put out before when I talked about it. I'm telling you, it's so much stuff in there. Especially as you go back and you watch some of the previous episodes, you see the influence of the multi-level marketing business that these guys were attached to and how it could affect or influence their decisions to try to get into, turn the Sister Wives Closet into a multi-level marketing business. It's insane. It's insane. But thank you guys so much for hanging out with me. I appreciate BKK, awesome. Rachel, awesome. All my moderators, thank you guys for holding it down. Lizzie B, Rochelle J, everybody. J Baby, holding it down for me. Yeah, the Shark Tank was insane, Elisa. But yeah, just scrapping everybody. Thank you guys for coming out. Yeah, Wanda Jones, don't forget Chip. Going to use that with my 3 boys. Thanks, James. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Chip, character, honor, integrity, pride. Chip. I used to ask him every day that you go to school. What's CHIP stand for? Because I want him to go there. Like, because my whole thing was, if you go to school or you... Yeah, I'll give you guys a story time before we close out. When I was... story time! When I was in high school, there was a geometry class. And there was a teacher. And we, you get homework and stuff. And it was just one time, like, I had so much work I was doing. I went to school in the center city of my town, right? So I would get up crazy early. I would go into school. I think by the time sophomore year, no, I wasn't helping out. I would go in crazy early. It'd take me almost an hour to get to school like I catch a bus. I'd catch the subway, ride that motherfucker to the end of the line. It was insane, right? And pardon my French. I would get to school. It was just one time I had track practice. I had all kinds of stuff I was participating in. I was in all kinds of activities. And I just didn't do my homework. And the teacher, they take the homeworks and, pass them up. And we pass them up. And it was like 4 of us didn't do the homeworks. And he went from the last name order on the other side of the room all the way back over to my side. And he asked the other 3-4 people, said, did you guys do your homework? And everybody was giving excuses. Oh, my dog ate it. Lost my book, fell down the sewer hole, coffee got spilt on it, whatever they said. He got to me, and I was just at that point where I said, look, James, do you have your homework? And I said, no. He said, why didn't you do it? Why didn't you turn it in? Didn't feel like doing it. I didn't do it. You know what I mean? So I'm not going to sit there and lie that I did it. I'm not going to lie about it. And at that moment, he said to me, which was such a pivotal moment. Again, like one comment, probably asked me enough. He won't even remember this conversation. But at that moment, he said, that right there, gentlemen, because I went to all boys school. He said, that right there, gentlemen, is what a man does. If you didn't do your stuff, just admit you didn't do it. You know what I mean? Don't make excuses as to why it didn't get done. You didn't do it. I still got punished. I didn't get out of shit, but but it was just the idea that I'm not going to sit here and lie. I'm not going to, compromise my integrity. I'm not going to tell you a story. I'm not going to make excuses. I didn't do it, right? Just take responsibility for it. I'm going to get in trouble anyway. It's not like I'm getting out of anything by trading my Constitution, but I never forgot that. So it was always important to me that my kids, if you do something wrong, if you make a bad choice, everybody makes bad choices. Everybody makes mistakes. That's part of life. But your ability to recognize the mistakes you make, to learn from those mistakes, and take responsibility for your decisions, and deal with the consequences of your decisions and your actions and your behavior, that's part of being a person, not an adult or a man or a woman. It's just being a person, recognizing when you do things. And so that's part of the reason why the whole CHIP thing was so important to me. Like having character, and honor, integrity, and pride. Like have pride in yourself. Be proud of yourself. Do things that make you proud of you. Have integrity to where you can stand on your word. You say something, you mean that thing. People can trust you when the person that you purport that you are is the person who you are, right? And be the person that you are in public. The same person you are in public as you are in private, and vice versa. Having honor, being able to act honorably, being a person of accord, somebody that people can look at and say, that dude is a righteous person. Having character, the strength of character, being, stalwart in what you believe. just simple things, and letting that be the foundation for what they hit. Because your kids are going to hear so much shit on their way out the door. Again, I guess I'm cussing, so I guess it's that time. But your kids are going to hear so much stuff when they're out the door. If you give them a little bit of stuff, they hear, and they might not listen. You might not think your kids are listening to you when you talk to them, but they hear you, and they are listening, and they might not act on everything that you said, but let's be honest. As much as we all like to sit here and talk about when we was young and, when I was a kid, if you didn't listen to the adults would clothesline you down the steps and all, truth of the matter is we were rebels too. And we did some wild stuff too. And we weren't listening to every adult that talked to us either. You know what I mean? If we did, all of us would probably be in much better situations than we had. Even if you were living in the White House right now, if you were in the White House or on your way to the White House or whatever the case may be, you would probably have benefited from listening to everything your parents said, but you didn't, because that's what growing up is too. Like, sometimes you got to learn how to make your own decisions and navigate your own way through life. So I try to give them a little something on the way out, give them a little food for thought, and just try to keep that in the forefront, because that's sometimes the only thing that you have. Yeah. All right, guys, but that's the last part of it. Come check me out next week. We will be back 10 o'clock. We will be firing up on time. Next week, we're going to be talking about Sister Wife's Closet and the multi-level marketing business that it was supposed to be when they were sitting up there trying to sell that $2 million idea for products that haven't sold. Like, what? According to these folks, just between the two expos, Sister Wife's Closet sold about $1,236. And they wanted $2 million after 3 events. We gonna talk about it. But let me know what you guys think. Don't forget to check me out for the rest of the week. I will be dropping some videos. And don't forget, I will be back tomorrow with Sarah and Amanda to do the reality team trifecta of the 3 of us getting together. The real OG threes. Talking about some sister wife stuff. We'll be covering season 1, episode 3 tomorrow. So come check us out. Thank you guys. Have a great night. Have a great morning. Wherever you at, have a great day. Enjoy life. Love each other. And let's get it.